But anyways, Courtney, there's a lot that happened last time.
There was a lot that happened.
There was.
Here's the thing. For next time, I'm gonna make somebody else do the recaps while I get ready.
You want me to do a really quick recap? It'll be a really quick recap.
That's the thing, is I really just need to do a summary. I don't need to do a 20-minute recap, although it is a long session. I have a hair in my mouth. There we go. It was a cat hair.
Ew.
I only did that lengthy recap on Star Wars on Wednesday because we had the gap.
Yeah, that was a big gap. But yeah, if you want to do a recap, that'd be...
Hey, take away,
So,
Patrick.
imagine the second movie of The Lord of the Rings where they just run for 7 hours.
That's true, yeah.
That's what we did. We just ran, and we ran, and we ran. Nico appeared.
He did.
We had a nice discussion of everything that was going on. It confused the crap out of him. And then we kept on running. We kept on running. We kept on running.
Mm-hmm.
The vampire guy's back to stalking Brok.
He is indeed.
And we kept on running.
Yep.
We finally came across the church that I've been looking for outside of a town.
Yeah, you went through 2 towns. One, you learned about the assassination of the Viscount.
Oh, yes.
And
that
the
is
nomination,
pretty important.
The nomination of Arthur Wilhelm to become the next Viscount.
And everybody seems chill with it.
Yeah, most people seem a lot more comfortable than you all are with it, but they seem very secured in the fact that he will be taking Viscount.
Then we found the church.
Then you found the church.
Tyrell finally got his tier stuff to become maker stuff.
Yep.
Tyrell told Nico, do whatever you want. Nico did whatever he wanted.
He took you upon thy word, sir.
Yep, he brought the church
and
back.
restored the church.
Tyrell freaked out. Circle of Odin showed up.
Mm-hmm.
We killed him.
Yep.
Aymer slept through it all.
He did.
Woke up and was like, what happened here? And we were like, it's fine.
We dealt with it.
We dealt with it. We dealt with it. And then Flint showed up and was like, sup? And Tyrell almost killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he showed up in front of Brok, who was asleep, woke up, had a nightmare, and then you made fun of me for trying to do Flint's horrendous voice, which I will still be doing again today, and you will get over it.
I will get over it because I don't know what Flint's supposed to tell anybody. He's my character, and now I don't know what's going on with him.
Yep.
Nope. Well, when you make a character, a second character that you don't play all the time, he inevitably becomes an NPC.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, he is just an NPC.
He's an NPC now. So.
Oh, poor Tooth Boy.
Oh, poor nothing for that man. That man is the worst.
Poor Tooth Boy.
Oh, and you got really mad at him because you learned that people found out that they're blaming the Snapdragon Syndicate for the assassination of the Viscount. And you were like, Flint!
Yes.
You
I didn't
have some
authorize this
explaining to do.
as your maker.
I told you to not do that. I told you to help save the Viscount, and now you have done the opposite. And he's like, wrong place, wrong time. And you're like, crap, you're right. Dang, I told you to help, and it backfired.
Should have saw that one coming. Should have saw that one coming.
And so now, at the end, he was like, also, I have something for you. Pulls out this whole alcohol bottle of,
Poison.
yeah, you have to shake it because it doesn't have any crap, but you can see. Yeah.
Here it comes. There it is. Toxin.
Yep.
Is all that gold down at the bottom of the glitter?
Yeah, if you shake it, it actually swirls. It looks a lot better. That's the only bad thing about potions that you make is you constantly have to stir it so that it looks. That's what it looks like all the time. I don't know if you can really tell. I might have to take a picture of it later and post it, but that's what it looks like all the time. The swirling essence.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go into the Underdark, which after I convinced him to tell me where the Underdark entrance is, because we didn't get to that point, because Courtney was like, and here's your toxin, and bye.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, we had gone for a long time. It
We
was
had
like
gone for a long
7:30.
time.
Yeah,
It
we
was a long
went
session.
over quite a bit.
Yeah.
But it was awesome.
It was awesome. We had our fight scene very late.
Yeah.
We did. And it was an awesome fight.
It's an awesome fight. It was quick.
It was quick.
It was
You sound
quick.
But Nico gave us one of my favorite lines of, oh, me and swords don't get along.
Yeah. Sorry, man, I don't do swords. Rewind the guy to death.
Oh, he rewound and went, ooh, and then fast
yeah,
forward.
wrong way.
And pulled a Stephen Strange out.
Yeah. Which is that was really funny. He's like, oh, sorry, I don't do swords.
I think my favorite comment off of that video is, wow.
Nico can do that. No wonder
Nico
he's
do
scared
that
of him.
and Tyrell's not afraid of him?
Yeah, no, it was, wow, Nico can do that and he's still afraid of Arminius? Tyrell, you're a crazy man.
Tyrell is a crazy man.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
A crazy man in the sanest way possible, if that makes sense.
He has a reason. The
Yeah.
most reasonable way possible. Because
Yeah,
he
there
definitely
you
has
go.
a reason to not be scared of anyone.
He does.
But if everyone
He really
else in
does.
the mortal plane is scared of someone, usually...
A god attacked Tyrell and nothing happened to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Aymer and Brok were like,
Yeah.
bone clicking sounds in the background. yeah. They were SpongeBob while Squidward was telling the story of the hash slinging slasher.
And I was just wearing parts of that god's outfit.
Yeah, and you just pulled it out and were like, yeah, these are tears, because I killed him. Well, somebody killed him on my behalf. Which was not in that short that I did, where Aymer was like, in holy flame, by the way.
It was Holy Flame.
Yeah.
Holy
So,
flame.
but yeah.
Oh, poor Nico.
So right
I
now,
haven't even properly chewed out Nico yet.
yeah, it's been crazy. I also sent Jonas a Latin praise song of like a guy singing, and I was like, this is Aymer, and it was so good, dude.
It was really good.
It was really good.
Started off my day crying.
Aww.
It's really good, though.
Because once when I finally heard it, I could really picture it. So him, like, sitting by the bed with Lizard Brok and doing it.
I love the...
Wow.
That's all of it. That's really... It's really funny. That, and then him doing
Yeah.
it in the church and it echoing and being all beautiful. Yeah.
Yes.
He's an angelic creature in the weirdest way. He does drugs. That was really good, too.
He's perfect. He does drugs.
Yeah, when I was watching that back and saw you go, because it hit you what he said, he was like, wait. He does drugs.
No, to be fair, honestly, the most perfect being, it'd be Doot.
It would be Dude.
Dude is pretty great.
It would be Dude.
And we have no idea where Dude's at, so...
No.
Yep. He did not with Nico when he combusted.
No, Dude's flying somewhere through space and time, like the in-betweens.
Yeah. He is an astral thing. He's real confused. It's like Loki in the Marvel movies when they go down the Rainbow Bridge and he gets shot out.
Oh.
That's Dude. Dude's somewhere off with the Grand Master, I bet.
Yep.
It's okay,
But-
we're brothers.
Yeah. But it finds Arminius, and Arminius is like, I don't know this guy. That's crazy. Nope, never seen this guy before in my life. Nope, nope, couldn't, nope. But yeah, so that's where we ended, and that is where we are pretty much picking back up, is you and Flint were having a side conversation because Brok went outside because of being upset about his nightmare. Aymer brought him back in, helped him fall asleep. And so you and Flint are outside talking about, he gives you the giant,
Bottle of toxin.
of toxin. And it is absolutely in what you would know to be like a liquor bottle. Full on liquor bottle. It is tied up really tight at the top. There's probably like wax sealing it as well just to prevent
It
everything
looks
else.
like a period correct
Yeah.
liquor bottle.
Yeah. And he handles it very properly. It's probably wrapped up in some fabric. And when he hands it to you, he makes sure to hand it off gently.
So, what do we do with this?
Well, I don't really know. It's not entirely discussed. But you're going to want to be careful with that.
So just find the biggest plant and pour it on it.
From what I've found and shaken out of some people, there's supposed to be rumored a large root somewhere in the Underdark, which I'm sure is where you're going.
Yes. And we were also hoping that you could show us an entrance. So that way I don't have to go back through, Windsor.
That would be unfortunate for you.
Yes.
I might know where it's at. I might be able to help you. Because you're going to want to get rid of that very quickly. You don't want to keep that on you for too long. Even a drop will kill even you.
I mean, there's a lot of things that will kill me.
There are a lot of things that won't kill you. And this is not one of those. That's why I have it wrapped up.
Yeah, I'll give that to Nico.
Why is the wizard boy with you?
Arminius is missing.
And he racks his brain for a minute. Oh, yes. He's missing.
You know the holophants that I send to communicate with you?
Yes, those.
They can't
things.
find him.
Aren't they supposed to be able to find everyone at any time?
Yes.
Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Well, there should be something I can ask around, see if anyone else has seen him. He stands out.
He does stand out, but also I do believe if he does not want to be found, he won't be found, and I have a sneaking suspicion he's not on this plane.
That I might be able to do something about. If I want to find somebody, I can find them.
I would very much like you to find him.
I found you all. Although the restoration of this church did kind of help with that. It sent a shockwave.
Yeah, see, I was trying to let Nico explore some autonomy in our protection, and while I was focused in trancing to bless some armor, he decided the first thing he should do as a free man was resurrect an entire church ground. And as you can see, Tyrell looks over his shoulder, the giant crater, we had some intruders.
Intruders you disagreed with.
Intruders I tried to reason with, and they disagreed with me.
I imagine that didn't go very well for them.
No. No, it did not.
Well.
And I also still need to have a discussion with Nico about that.
He's a space wizard. There's not much you can do about that.
No, he's a space wizard that is extremely scared of me. So as long as we can come to some understanding of possibly asking beforehand, and now that he knows what happens whenever he does something drastic, I think it'll go just fine.
Did you send something to him? You didn't say anything to him about Brok.
No, he just appeared to Brok.
Yeah, it's probably because you were new and he had no idea who you were, because you're not the Brok he knows.
Nope.
I'm trying to remember who knows and who doesn't know.
Yeah.
Flint doesn't know.
Yeah.
Flint doesn't know.
Flint doesn't know.
The only person Brok explained it to last time was Nico.
Yep. I know that we mentioned something to Delilah, or Aymer mentioned something to Delilah or something in the Hollyphont that Brok was different.
Yes.
He was okay, but he was different.
That's all she got.
Yeah, but I was trying to remember who
That's
we all
the
said
most
something
explanation
about that.
outside of this immediate group
that knows anything.
somebody has gotten.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then, as we're talking, and just going back and forth about like the toxin and that sort of stuff, what happened with the Viscount, which I imagine is a very funny scene to see this huge, glowing angel man and this short, I mean, he's not super short, but he's a lot shorter than Tyrol by a lot, black figure just spitting occasionally. It's very interesting. I hate that. Oh,
Don't worry, I'll do it every so often while you're talking as Flint.
that's perfectly fine by me. Just how I was telling Nick, I thought it was really funny that we all, just because we're all DMs, sometimes make sound effects for each other.
Oh,
I was noticing
Yes.
that. I've been noticing that as I edit videos. Sometimes Jonas will make sounds, or you'll make sounds, or I'll make sounds for each other. It's really funny, but it's like our own soundboard.
we're a team.
Yeah, but he is talking, and then later he's like, "So, the new one, who's that?
Oh,
And where's?"
he's not new.
He's not,
I mean, he's kind of new.
I've not seen him. I did not travel
That
with him.
is Brok.
Is Brok?
Yes. So you know he used to be a lizard.
Well, yes.
Yes. Obviously, you traveled around with them for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And you
I
know
killed
how...
one of them.
Yes, I know that. I watched that, actually. Very interesting, especially looking through my eyesight. It was very odd. But anyways, I digress. You know how he has to, juice pouches and all that to stay alive.
The blood, yes.
Yes. We got into a situation to where he couldn't get any. And in the past, before I ascended to this...
Godhood.
No.
Then what are you?
An agent of the god?
And he just takes one step back and looks you up and down. Looks like godhood to me.
No, I don't even hold a candle to the angels.
Continue.
We had an agreement in the past that if we were somewhere to where he could not satisfy himself and the bloodlust started to come on, that he could feed on me. And it was allowable. I would cut myself, fill up a glass for him, and he would go until he was satisfied. Well, we tried that again. And after a few days, his body rejected my blood.
I would imagine if you're a holy being, that would happen.
Yeah, we didn't think that far ahead.
Clearly not.
No. So, needless to say, we had to rush to the nearest church of the Maker. And whenever I asked one of the angels that came to help what I should do, he told me I knew what I had to do.
And what did you have to do?
I assume you know what the Circle of Odin does to traitors and those with vampirism to cleanse them in death.
Only by rumor.
The Blood Eagle.
You actually do that.
It's based off the purification rituals for vampirism that the Maker had. In fact, most of their whole religion is based off the Maker's religion.
Interesting.
The difference is that when I removed the rot from inside of him, the Maker gave him a choice. Stay in the heavens with him or come back remade. He chose to come back remade.
So, he's a human now. Same person.
Same person, but the limitations of whatever the vampirism did to his mind and his soul are gone. He speaks and acts like a normal human with intelligence, normal sentences. He's even a master artist now.
Interesting.
Although Aymer still scarred for life watching.
He saw it all.
Yes, an angel held him down and silenced him.
And you look at Flint and you can tell that even by his standards, he's shocked. Does the Circle of Odin do that too?
No, the Circle of Odin drags the perpetrator back to the main sanctuary, where everybody that is present gathers around, watches, and cheers. The difference is that whenever they're done, the only thing left is a pile of bones and flesh.
barbaric. I'll have to go see that sometime.
I can tell you I've seen it firsthand, and it's not that impressive.
I'll judge that for myself.
Also, if you're going to go watch, you should make it within, I don't know, the next 20 years.
Why?
Because soon they won't exist.
And he just kind of looks around. Do you know information I don't?
When the flower situation is done, most of the gods are dead, so I have to set things right. Odin was the first to fall, and his worship has become corrupted. So since they are a pale imitation that has taken everything that the Maker used to do and turned it on its head, they will be given options to repent and come into the fold of the Maker, or to go and meet Hela herself.
So this is why your group acts the way they do.
What do you mean by acts the way we do?
They were very insistent on making sure that I knew what was going on and talked to them all the time. And I can understand why now. You're very destructive, it would seem.
Look, 250 years, raised only for war, trained only for war,
I
to be
imagine
executed.
it changes a person.
It does. And then to appear in the heavens, have the one true God of all the gods look at your soul and say, I'm going to remake you and train you in war to go back to the place that killed you and prepare it for the coming of my church.
It was not disrespectful. I
No,
admired the destruction that you wrought.
you're literally the only one.
I wonder why. Courtney says, pointedly to Patrick.
Because it's my character too.
Yeah.
Funny.
It's weird. It's almost like, although they're extremely different. When you did it that one time and back and forth to them, my brain exploded.
It was awesome.
My brain exploded.
It's like, why are they the same but so different?
Yep. It's like Tyrol. But, yeah. Unless you have anything to ask him specifically.
I have things to ask him whenever he actually leaves the party.
It will be a hot minute. He will let you all know.
Yes.
He would have let you know it's going to be a hot minute before he leaves the party. Because he
Yes.
has to show you all where the Underdark is. The entrance that he heard rumors about, doesn't really know. He just has heard rumors about and hasn't had time to go and check it out for himself. And he said if he's correct by his standards of the things that he's wrung out of people, literally, it'll take at least 3 to 4 weeks to get there on foot. And it is difficult terrain.
Well, difficult terrain for everybody else.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I'm getting up from the table.
Oh, yes, because our map is on the table now. We can actually
Yeah.
see where things are.
He told you just from...
Map.
And next arc will be better because I'm actually making a map so you all can look at it. Because we're about, what, here?
Yep, that's where the temple is.
Get out of it.
Courtney is currently showing us where the map or the entrance is on the map, or the rumored entrance.
He said that it is north.
Oh, good. As far away from Drokar as we can get in this country.
This-ish area.
That's a big area.
Yeah. Is what he described to you. I'm sure he might know closer. But
All right.
it is so it is cold and hilly and snowy and wet.
We're back to the second movie of The Lord of the Rings.
That's what happens when you
And
go
I'm
north.
running, and I'm running, and we're running, and we're running.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have to get everywhere on foot.
Quick, what do your elf eyes see?
My favorite is somebody put that same like line for the animated movie, and the way they animated the animated movie was they gave Aragorn pants that were the same color as his skin.
Yes.
And so he just was wearing a really short open tunic. And that line was like, "What do your elf eyes see, Legolas?" And Legolas was like, "Too much, Aragorn, too much." So
It's a fantastic animated movie.
it's just
but
the decisions were interesting.
They could have done a little
And
bit better with that
on
one.
top of that, because they mocapped it, which
They
is very,
did.
very forward for the time.
Yeah.
Aragorn's running, and he trips on his sword.
and they kept it.
It in. They could have cut it out, which is what's so funny. But they
Yeah.
were just like, just send it. Send it. That is really funny. It gets caught between his legs. And he trips. If it had been one of the hobbits, it would have made sense. But the fact that it was Aragorn just whew,
It was so good.
Everybody has a bad day.
freaking killed me, dude.
Everybody has a bad day.
Eventually, you'll get to see the map once when we have more camera stuff. One day.
One day.
From Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
Woo!
Fort Lauderdale.
He's living it up.
Wow.
It's Jeremy.
Yep.
Jeremy.
But hopefully, I haven't asked Jeremy yet, but hopefully he'll join us for session 30
Yes.
to celebrate the closing of
The epilogue.
epilogue. Yeah, so Jeremy,
Yeah.
if you would like to join
He
us.
can ask us all the difficult questions because
Him
it
and
sounds
Nicholas.
like he's
Nick-
been binging. Is what it sounds like.
I know, which is really fun.
It is fun.
Nick will be joining us. So.
An outside perspective, being like,
Yep.
"Hey, in episode 5,
Why did you do this?
why did you just obliterate a train?"
And why did Arminius not obliterate you when you then offered him resource or knowledge on how to make it better? Which I know was just Patrick, his nerd coming out, but it was still really funny that Tyrell, after blowing up Arminius' train, was like, "By the way, I have this idea for you."
Now, what if you made it better?
And Arminius was like, "What would have been better had you not blown it up, actually. That would have been much better. Thank you." But anyway,
Yeah, I don't have anything for Flint until he actually leaves the party.
cool. Cool. So,
Interesting
what?
that it's not till he's leaving.
Yeah, I know. He's probably got something for him to do.
Don't worry, I know what I want Flint, my character, to do whenever he leaves.
So, then, once you all are finished speaking, he will go inside with you. I'm sure you go back inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sure that conversation was probably an hour and a half. It was a long conversation. He had to
There
do
was a
of
lot of-
catching up. Hour and a half,
yeah.
2 hours.
Every sentence that Tyrell ended just gave Flint more questions.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So yeah,
As-
it
as
definitely
that
would have been
does.
like an hour and a half.
And I'm sure it was the same way with Flint. Every time he said something, Tyrell was like, "Why?
Yeah.
I
Oh
don't
yeah.
understand."
So maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, it was they definitely had a good length conversation.
Yes.
And when you walk back in, Aymer is the only one that's still awake. Obviously, Nico is asleep and Brok is asleep. But Aymer is, because Brok is, sorry, talking a lot makes my brain sleepy, and so then I have to yawn. Brok is, of course, on asleep, probably on a pew, like Nico was. And Aymer is still near him. I made both of you yawn. Sorry. He's still in between the pews with Brok, just in case he wakes up scared or something like that. But he is not currently praying over Brok. He is just kind of relaxing, still kind of humming to himself, but just relaxing.
Tyrell will go over, sit his giant bulk down next to Aymer,
Brok flies off the...
and he'll pull out the toxin. Well,
Oh,
we've got
that's
this
a
now.
large bottle?
See, I thought whenever he said I have a toxin, it was, going to be one of those little poison vials, not a liquor bottle full.
Well, you don't know Flint very well, do you?
No, he also told me that one drop of this will also kill me. So I think we're going to put it in Nico's little dimensional bag.
You're going to give it to Nico?
Do you want to carry it?
I mean...
I don't want to carry it. You want Brok to carry it?
I do prefer to, have my body not be melted away. But giving it to the time-space wizard, who just learned freedom, also scares me.
He learned freedom, but he's also about to have some of it revoked.
Oh. Isn't that kind of a, you problem? Didn't you give it to him?
Yes, which is why I'm going to try to have a very nice conversation with him about choices and not get upset. Because how can I be upset now that I actually have a functional church for my ministries? But also, I probably should have said, and if you do anything, this is probably what will happen immediately afterwards.
He's smart. I'm sure that he knew it probably would have happened.
No, because whenever I rushed outside and said, do you know what happens next? He said no.
Well, you probably weren't very... Also, I don't really know how that kind of magic works, but I'm assuming that if he was in that process and you said, you know what happens next, and he wasn't fully understanding what you meant, because that's very vague, he didn't understand.
No, but whatever he did was strong enough for Flint to feel it on his way here.
Oh, cool. Right.
Yes, so whatever happened out there a few hours ago is probably going to keep on following us.
So we're leaving.
We're going to be leaving after everybody sleeps, yes.
Right.
Because I also need some time to make sure that they can't just teleport into these grounds anymore.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
But I'm also going to need a full day for that.
All right.
And also, thinking about how his magic works, I think I know when the purges started.
Interesting.
Because I believe he just stole this temple out of that time period.
Oh. Stole is, I feel like, I mean, again, I don't exactly know how his magic works, but I feel like that's a harsh term for what he did.
No, he stole it out of that time period.
Oh.
He did a swapsy.
A swapsy. So he just... and took...
Yes, what we saw here is now there in that time period.
Oh. Interesting how that might affect time.
I'm just surprised the people didn't come with it. Which also may explain why there's no dead bodies here. It's because it happened and they all went, I'm out.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid explanation for how that might have gone.
Yes.
Time and space are weird. Especially wielding it as a magic.
Yes.
Well,
there's also reasons why I would like priests to be their overseers whenever the Circle of Odin is gone.
so you're giving him another overseer. He's not going to respond very well to that, I don't think.
No, he stays with me until Arminius comes back.
If Arminius comes back, you're assuming a lot.
It's also Arminius. I do remember how he was a little bit too focused during our plane shifts. I suspect that the Holophants can't find him because he's not on this plane, but he's probably fine.
That would be nice. Especially, and he looks over at Nico, who's just like completely passed out, arm hanging off the pew, one arm over his eyes. He looks like he's resting really well. But that's would be nice, for him. He seems like he misses him a lot. So hopefully he's all right. That looks like it's falling, but maybe I'm just having a spaz attack.
It's bent out.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's not falling.
It's not falling anymore. Now, Aymer, what do you suggest we do with this bottle?
Well, I was going to take it until you said that it could kill you, and now I want it over there. Nowhere near me. But maybe we just put it on the pew? Or the altar up front?
We'll put it on the altar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know, he'll bless it for us or something. Make it a little bit more potent.
Or maybe it doesn't need to be blessed. Maybe it needs to be cursed.
Not in this house.
Well, yes, Tyrell. Not in this house. Go put it on the altar. Just go put it on the altar.
I'm going to put it on the altar. I want to wake Nico up real quick.
You're going to scold him.
I'm going to try really hard not to.
Mm.
Because I still have to thank him for bringing an actual functional church here.
Mm-hmm.
And then remind him that maybe next time he asks beforehand so we can be ready for, the rainbows coming from the sky.
I can't believe I slept during that whole thing.
You slept through everything.
It's wild. Man, relapsing really will do it for you, won't it?
Yes, it will.
I can tell you didn't take that one as a joke. No time for jokes. Right. Go set it on the altar and go wake up your space-time wizard.
Do.
Trying to find I need to get better acquainted.
Then he'll go over, sit down next to Nico. Nico.
Sorry, Courtney's trying to find
Nico.
ambience. But all of these are so...
Nico.
Lively.
Well, lively or spooky. And, I just want something mid.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn on some Gregorian chanting.
Yeah, well, I guess I could.
I don't know if that's flagged or not.
That's the thing, is that's the crappy part! Well, to be fair, you can't really hear it. You can't hear it at all.
can't,
I guess I
no.
could do it. Let's just see what happens.
Do it.
Yeah.
Let's get wild. It's almost like we're unleashing a time-space wizard, but in musical form.
Let's see.
How would that even work?
If you're doing what?
Unleashing a time and space lord in music? Like in musical form? Like a time and space bard?
Oh,
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
Absolutely
When
easy.
he riffs, it riffs.
Yeah, don't worry. I have thought about that. Remember when I said that I was going to start playing just bards from now on, which I definitely changed because my character for the next arc is really cool and not a bard. But I have thought of such thing. And this is what I was looking for. Yes.
Nice.
Okay. So, just wanted something mid. So you start shaking Nico awake. Are you like, wake up, boy? Or
No,
are you
it's
just
it's
"Hey,
like
Nico?"
it's like waking up a toddler. Like, hey Nico,
Okay.
wake up.
So he kind of starts to shift, and when he realizes that you're trying to wake him up, he rubs at his eyes, starts to slowly sit up. Ow. Oh, those pews are not that comfortable. Hey, so when you actually use this as a church, can you, I don't know, put cushions on this or something?
No,
Is the maker against comfort? I'm confused.
most of these churches don't have pews. You stand. You're not supposed to be comfortable in a house of worship. You're supposed to be focused on worship.
Yeah, but you could kind of be comfortable. I mean, I feel like you could be a little comfortable. I mean, just a little comfortable. Enough to... Okay. All right. Okay. And so he just reaches down, grabs his glasses, sees that they're smudged a little, cleans them off with his robe, starts to put them on. What? Did you need something?
Look, what you did.
Yeah. It's time for my yelling, right? Brok kind of told me something about that.
What you did.
And he sits there with his knees pressed together and his hands kind of tucked into his legs.
Bringing the church back means a great deal for me. This is now the only non-ruined church of the Maker on this continent. But I think we need to add a little stipulation to your freedom of using your powers.
So, right, no freedom. You're right.
Maybe ask beforehand.
Yeah.
So we can figure out if it's worth having the rainbows shoot down from the sky.
Well, you did kind of tell me that I could just kind of choose, and I thought that it was, I thought it was worth it, because, I mean, you all, it's kind of hard to convince somebody that it's worth it unless they can see it, and nobody else could see it, and, I mean, and he just kind of, like, gestures around. I think it's kind of worth it.
It is worth it, but it would have been something that I would have preferred after the circle was dealt with.
So we'll refer to you for things from now on.
Just ask, and if we think it's worth fighting off the circle after you've done it, then we will do it. The problem is that if I wouldn't have been done with my trance while you were doing this, they probably would have gotten the drop on you. And then you wouldn't be here anymore, Nico.
Yeah, probably.
So, just in the future, if you say, hey, I can take care of this real fast, how about we all discuss it and figure out, all right, he can do this real fast, it'll be very convenient, and we only have to kill about 12 guys from the Circle of Odin immediately afterwards, which shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
So, you still have the freedom to speak up and say, can I do this? And we'll discuss it. Because there is a chance that after you do that, we may wipe a portion of the map off.
Okay.
And not from your magic, but from mine and theirs. And then you'd also probably have to fix that, which would just call more of them down.
Yeah, it's a pretty big burden to have this kind of magic.
It is. And that's why whenever the church is more established and we go through and interview and choose the other time wizards that are willing to help out, you will be involved in helping us figure out how to use them without shattering reality.
Really?
You're the only one outside of the tower, Nico.
I guess that's true. Well, that they know of. But yeah, I guess that is kind of true.
Now, if you don't mind, if you go downstairs and look around, there may actually be somewhere more comfortable to sleep.
Oh, yeah, probably. Well, everybody else came in here. That's the reason why I did.
Everybody else came in here because I was preoccupied with doing other things.
Do you... And he looks over to where Brok and Aymer are. Do you want me to get Brok and go down there? Or?
No, leave Brok as he is. It took Aymer a long time to get him asleep safely.
Oh, okay. Okay. And he just sees Flint over off in the shadow corner or something, I'm sure.
Creeping.
Yeah, creeping. Is the creepy guy going to be traveling with us?
He's the one that knows where the entrance to the Underdark is that is outside of Drokar.
So the creepy guy's going to be...
The creepy guy also brought us poison to take care of the flowers.
And he just looks over.
Which, by the way, it's on the altar. If you have a safe space to put it in your dimensional storage, that would be amazing. Because even that poison would kill me.
I guess if I am the most terrifying wizard in all of the world, I might as well carry the most terrifying toxin in all of the world, right?
You're the only one with a storage space that is not actually on our person. I know these pockets produce stuff.
But they don't hold things?
If it burst, it burst. It's still technically in my pockets.
Oh. Sure. Sure, that's fine. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. But don't worry about it until we leave.
Okay.
We're going to be here for another 24 hours. I'm going to go outside. And I'll see you in 24 hours.
Okay.
Remember, more comfortable spots downstairs.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. And he just kind of like slowly stands up off the pew and makes sure he has everything and kind of just like grabs his robes around himself and starts walking down the, like through the hallway down the stairs.
Yep. Then Tyrell will walk outside, go to the middle of the church complex, fully prostrate himself down towards the church, and will stay there for 24 hours as he does a ritual casting of Hallow.
Dang. Such a dedicated man.
Because it has to be done for 24 hours
Yep.
for it to stick permanently.
Yep. I love Tyrell. And that the whole group is just like, he's literally face first on the ground, praying on the ground, and everybody's like, yeah, it's just Tyrell.
Yeah.
He'll come up sooner or later, I guess. Everybody's like, is he hungry? No, I'm sure he's not. I'm sure
What
he's
is
fine.
he doing? Did he tell anybody? I guess we'll just wait around till he snaps out of it.
At least we see him, and we know he's not dead. I'm sure your breathing gets really slowed during that too,
Oh,
or
yeah.
something. And so every now and then they walk over and they're like, "I think he stopped. I'm pretty sure he stopped breathing." And
Brok-
everybody's like, "Yeah,
Brok
you
comes
should."
over,
you
puts
should,
a spoon under his nose, by
You
his
all-
mouth. He's good.
You all should touch him. And everybody's like, "No, don't touch him. You'll explode. I'm sure."
Oh gosh.
Man channeling that much energy, I doubt it. So, but yeah. So unless there's anything in particular, I mean, I'm sure Flint comes out every now and then and watches you do that.
I'm like, weirdo. Okay.
Holy
Why are you
man.
being so weird?
Brok, you are able to get pretty decent rest for the first time in a hot minute. No
Nice.
nightmares. While you're asleep, that underlying dread, even that you had while you were trying to sleep, dissipates. You do feel unease, but it's not nearly to the same extent that you had it before. And whenever you do wish to wake up, Aymer is still on the floor, right where he was when you laid down to sleep.
Brok wakes up pretty early because he's gotten used to waking up early for his training exercise routines. He stretches and looks around the church and just admires it, and then his face kind of sorrows. And he-
Well, good morning.
and as soon as Aymer says that, it pops back on. Aymer, good morning.
How did you sleep?
Oh, wonderful. These things are so comfortable as he pets the,
That's
as he
really
pets
funny.
the pew.
If Nico was here. Well, I'm glad you thought so.
But of course, I'm pretty much used to sleeping just about anywhere, really.
It's true. Yeah, I would imagine you wouldn't complain pretty much anywhere if you slept. You didn't look very happy when you woke up. You all right?
Yes, and no. It's that unease. It got pretty intense last night. It's subsided, but I just can't shake this dread. And I don't know if it's him, if it's just natural emotion with everything that we have on our plate.
There is a lot going on.
Finding out about the Viscount.
And when you say that, he does also look away and look like a shadow is cast over his face.
And we are getting ready to try and find a way into the Underdark, and not the more pleasant side of it, like the one we originally went into.
Yeah. And it seems left and right, we're losing people. Yeah. It seems quite insurmountable. So, I understand. It could be that, but I don't know the exact emotions you've had or you've experienced being under such control. from something like that anyway. I can only sort of understand, with my father and stuff, but, it's very different
Yes.
what you went through.
Thanks.
So maybe you can talk to Tyrell. I know that they said that,
Yes.
this guy is out of the Maker's realm, but maybe he might know.
It's always worth a shot.
Right now, he's outside on his face on the ground.
I was about to ask where he is, and right, I remember now. Flint did show up.
Yes, and he just points to the creepy guy in the corner.
Brok will wave at him.
I've been trying to ignore him, like a fly.
Ah.
But the spitting kind of starting
He is an unusual character, for sure.
Not in the way that we are, just in the annoying way. As Flint spits again. I'm sure he has a cup or something because he knows that Tyrell would skin him alive and use his flesh to bind the book of the Maker if he spit in the church.
He's this weird, clad in dark fellow in the corner with a mud cup like a redneck.
Yep. He would have been spitting on the ground, but I'm sure, again, he knows Tyrell would skin him alive and then use his skin as a drapery.
Holy ground.
He's like, he told me what he did to Brok.
Yeah.
There's nothing technically wrong with me,
He
so
knows-
I don't think I would come back.
Yeah, he knows Tyrell's metal, and he's not trying to play that game. Tyrell is very metal.
And Brok looks around. Where's Nico?
Oh, Tyrell woke him up, chastised him. Nicely. He actually did it very nicely. I was very surprised.
That's great.
And Nico was complaining about how uncomfortable the pews were to sleep on.
Oh.
And so he went downstairs to see if there was anything to sleep on down there.
Ah, okay. All
So
right.
he's safe and sound. Everyone right now is safe and sound, except for Flint if he keeps spitting and sucking on whatever spit is in his mouth. And you just hear like a gross, breathy laughter, and then that again. Aymer just chills. But we're as safe as we can be at the moment. And Flint did bring us the toxin. That is very potent. It could kill, a drop could kill Tyrell. Well, hurt Tyrell.
Oh my.
So we're going to give it to our
No.
space-time wizard.
I said kill.
Oh. Thanks, buddy.
We're going to give it to Nico.
Apparently, because he has the infinity pouch. He's got the bag of holding. I mean, I have a bag of holding too, but I'm not putting it in there. Well, I had a bag of holding. But, sometimes you do stuff.
Okay, what if we lose Nico?
Uh-huh.
Then we lose it and...
Thankfully, it feels like a lot of people that are in our party, our immediate group, doesn't just disappear. They die, but it doesn't seem like they disappear, so maybe, hopefully, if something does happen, God forbid, but we can get it from him. But it seems like he's going to be with us for the foreseeable future.
No, Nico does not need to be alone. Not now.
No. For many reasons, but...
Yes. Well, I'll carry it. I don't mind.
That seems very dangerous, Brok.
Well, I have plenty of spare clothes. I could wrap it up, keep it nice and bundled.
I don't know if I'm very comfortable with you taking that risk, though.
It's me.
I know, and that's why I'm not very comfortable with you taking that risk. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Nico. He's a great kid, but he's somebody else's, problem.
He is on a whole nother level. We seem to attract them, now that I think about it, Tyrell,
As
Nico.
he points towards the doors that are closed, going toward the outside. I just at this point, can't risk it as much as we already are to lose you. So, if anyone, I think it might be best it goes to the wizard, who could at least pop it away and pop it back up if need be. That's more of a risk I would be willing to take.
All right.
The one for the many, you know.
And Brok slinks down to the floor and sits next to you. Aymer, about losing people. When we met your grandfather,
Oh, yeah, Pops.
that was awesome, and it was amazing.
I didn't think I'd see him again. It was wild. I almost forgot what he looked like. It's like looking at a mirror.
I was just about to say the same. You two are twins. Although he's a bit taller.
I'm sure he was wearing heeled. I wasn't wearing any shoes at the time, you know.
Yes.
And I was very slouched.
You were very undressed.
Yes, and I was very slouched. You know, I'm sure drugs make you shorter. You know. And also, it was a weird time, space, place. I'm sure he just seemed taller.
It's an illusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And Brok chuckles from it, and then he looks devastated. While you were off talking to the others, I talked with Pops, and I asked him about something that we had heard, and as he had mentioned that he was keeping watch on us, which was very reassuring.
Sounds like Pops, yeah.
And
Brok, I'm
sorry, Aymer. I asked him about Magnus, and
he starts to get a little bit more defensive, even as you mention Magnus's name. I don't know what you're going to say, Brok. But I don't believe it, with what's going on and the way you're looking.
Aymer.
No, Brok.
I know.
No.
It's going to be hard.
No, Brok. No. See, and he starts to get tears in his eyes. No, Brok, this isn't... I know that what you think you heard might have been upsetting, but that's not... What is that?
Whoa.
Hi, friend.
Is that a bee?
That is not a friend. Please get away from me!
Come here, you weirdo.
Why? Why now?
Oh, that is a
During all the feels.
big thing. Where'd it go?
Up there.
It's up by the
That's
wire.
what is that? I mean, I know it's a bee/wasp, but
Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Attack.
out of all the time, dang, and I was getting so good.
Wow. Hang on, I got a bucket.
Wait, are we evacuating? Jonas! My God! Jonas is insane!
I was gonna trap it in the bucket.
I trapped it in internal death.
He went full Imperium on that, dude. He said you're down in the image of God. got up and killed that thing. That was insane. Yeah, I fled for my life. Those things, I will kill a lot of bugs, not those. No.
All right, we're back from the invasion of giant flying,
There was Xenos.
creepy, stingy things.
There were Xenos, and we had to kill them. That was horrific. That's exactly what I was worried about that one time when I thought I heard it over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was huge. I saw him come up and in the middle of me talking, and I was like, what is that? And then I was like, no, it's fine. It'll just stay over there. And then it started coming this way, and I was like, no, we're having a good moment. Dang, that sucks. Anyway.
God didn't like your moment.
I guess.
Mako, why?
Yeah, I know. That was a good moment. Anyway. Whatever you think you heard, I'm sure seemed upsetting, but it's not. It's not.
Aymer,
No.
he said...
No. Brok. I said no. Because I can't. Right? No. And I don't want to hear it again. Do you hear me?
Fine. But I don't want you to bury this and use again.
Well, what else do you want me to do, Brok? What else is there to do if people keep dying? Brok, what do you want me to do?
I want you to talk to me. We can work it out like we always have. I can't lose you to your addiction. You've done very well. And I don't blame you for your slip. And he puts a hand on the shoulder. We all lose ourselves sometimes, and it's never pretty. And it hurts. Not only yourself, but the ones that you love. And I won't see you tear yourself apart.
And he looks like there's tears in his eyes. He's not letting them fall, but there are tears in his eyes. What is there to stay for if everyone that I love keeps dying? Why not? Of course.
Yeah. An ad.
Nothing. We cannot get through this for anything. Sweet Lord Jesus, please. If everyone keeps dying, why not tear myself apart, Brok? I was supposed to protect Magnus. And if I can't even protect Magnus, how am I supposed to protect you? With all of this, I don't even know what killed him. Anything could have. And I know the things that could kill you, Brok.
Yes.
And I can't stop any of them. And so, why not? If I'm going to be in pain anyway, I might as well choose the pain that hurts me, right? If it hurts anyway, why not?
Because there's a better way. Yes, it hurts. It'll never go away. But it's not about you anymore. You're going to have a whole continent looking up to you. And if you destroy yourself, then so will they.
We don't
Is
even
it-
know if I'm going to take over, though. It's just a rumor. It's just what we might have been told. We don't even know.
We don't know, but we have to prepare for it. Your father can't be the Viscount.
And why not?
The people may love him, but they don't know the real him.
No. But they don't know the real me, and I could tear this place apart just as easily as he could. And worse, really.
I don't have all the answers. I am merely Brok. But what I do know is that you are a good person.
Not good enough to save my own brother. And he just gets up, shrugs your hand off, pushes your hand away, and walks out of the sanctuary and somewhere.
Brok just kind of stays there, kind of collects himself, gets up, goes over to Flint. Hi.
You're more than welcome to play him.
Brok, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep the other night.
No, it was all right. You helped me actually get out of a dreadful dream.
Well,
You did
You're
say you
welcome.
would find us.
I did.
Did you ride inside of a train to get here instead of on top?
No, I have people at my disposal for transport now.
Good. You've caught us at an interesting juncture. We are not. We are both at our best and also at our worst at this moment.
Seems the only person at their best would be Tyrell.
Yes, he got quite the divine intervention. I'm sure he told you about me.
Yes, the flaying, the scooping.
Yes, I don't remember a lot of that.
Oh, I would imagine
Thankfully.
not. I also know that he had to watch.
He did. He's had to watch too much. Me, Cyrus. Thank you for bringing the toxin, and for showing us this entry to the Underdark.
Well, it is going to be quite a walk.
That's all right. We've gotten quite used to that.
It is going to be about 3 weeks on our feet.
All right, that's not so bad.
You don't understand. I travel through teleports now.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
And thank you for taking over the Snapdragons and all that. That, I can't imagine that's been very easy for you.
It wasn't easy at first, but once people understood what disobedience meant, things fell into line.
Ah, I see.
It also doesn't help that whenever you're in the middle of, addressing all the different leaders of the different factions inside, that divine Holophants show up in the middle of meetings.
Yes, we never considered that.
There's a lot of things he doesn't seem to consider.
Oh, no. He's very straightforward, which is both a blessing and a curse.
I got that from the conversation last night. When he blatantly told me that if I wanted to see a proper Circle of Odin execution, I only had 20 years to see it.
Oh, he's definitely on a mission. Yes, it's... Since you left us, things have gone from bad to worse. Quite fast. And we're doing all that we can, and I hope what you brought us can at least help us turn the tides.
If you find the right roots, it should take care of the flowers. But the people already affected, we're still working on that.
Yes, I imagine what we saw Tyrell do to those infected will become quite widespread.
What he did.
He put them down.
The holy angel god being murdered people.
Yes, you two are similar in that, I suppose.
Did he say why?
There's no saving them once when they're gone. It's not just their minds, Flint. It's their souls. He tried to bring one back after death, and the soul did not return with it.
I should tell some people that.
Yes. Warn as many people as you can about the flowers. I've done what I can during our journeys.
See, that's a bit of an issue. Nobody really listens to a criminal cartel.
Just, if you put the word out, it'll float through, I hope. The grapevine, if you will.
Yes. Oh, and he said, I don't have 3 weeks to wait for that. Oh, I don't have a choice, do I? Oh, no.
Do any of us?
I'll make him send one of those.
Oh, yes, the Holophants. Yes, they're quite adorable.
Which means I have to tell him my people's names. Well, if he wanted us dead anyways, we would be dead, wouldn't we?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
And with his upgrades, at least your deaths would be much more spectacular. You saw the aftermath of our little bout from last night.
Yes, I also saw a man get dropped into hell.
That you did.
Not just sent there metaphorically, but dropped. I still have people searching for that sword.
Oh, they're not going to find it.
It would have been nice if you would have let me loot the body first.
Did you get any of the teeth?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know that's your hobby.
It's a shame. He had more good teeth than the normal elf.
Oh, well, yes. Being quite the evil crime lord, Tenzin was very much on the up and up.
He was.
Which actually brings up something I hope you can help us with.
Which is?
When you get the chance, and I'm not sure how you'll be able to relay the information, but at least somebody out there will know. Can you look into Magnus for me?
Aymer's brother.
Yes. He is, from what I've been told, he's not of this world anymore.
And who told you that?
This is going to sound a bit odd.
Nothing sounds odd when you have that outside.
I suppose you would know as well. Aymer's deceased grandfather told me that Magnus had joined them in the heavens.
Brok, that sounds very convincing.
Oh, good. It must be the new body. I'm sure if I said it as previous me, it would have sounded...
No, I would have laughed at you.
Yes.
If somebody from the heavens came back and said he's in the heavens, I'd be led to believe that he's in the heavens. But I will still ask to find out what happened.
Thank you. And I know the others weren't very fond of you, Flint, but it's good seeing you again.
It's good seeing you too, Brok. Especially now that you've been...
remade?
You are the only human I've seen that all the teeth are actually perfect.
Maker's blessings.
Now, if you don't mind, I actually probably should sleep.
Okay. Yes, you've come a long way. The pews are quite nice.
That's not what Nico said.
Oh, he doesn't know anything. Trust me, Flint. I've been on many a floor, and pew is quite the upgrade.
I'll try.
Well, sleep well, sir. I'm going to go down and check on Nico, see if he's settled in.
Good night, Brok.
Good morning, Flint.
I hate Flint.
Well, Flint's still squishy. I haven't updated any of his character sheet.
And you wouldn't need to.
I hate that guy. Maybe I did that on purpose. Maybe he'll die.
Ooh.
Wouldn't that be nice?
But yeah.
I worked hard on him.
Sadness. I worked hard on him. I didn't say I was killed. You worked hard on Tyrell too, and I definitely killed him.
He came back, though.
Out of pure necessity, he came back. Sometimes necessity
It
is good
was
plot
quite
armor.
needed.
Sometimes necessity is really good plot armor. Anyway, so you're gonna go down and check on.
Yep, I'll go
Nico?
down there, look around. First to find Nico, make sure he's settled in good, and then also to see what's all down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as you go down there, you had originally gone down there, and it was like a little cellar area, like immediately. Aymer was pretty much just right there.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the stairs. in a little cellar area, and it wasn't really much. You also didn't get a lot of time to see it because you had to run down there and grab them real quick. But as you continue to go down the stairs, it's this really long hallway, like a catacomb, like what you would expect to be under a church, pretty much. It's very well lit. There's a beautiful red rug, like right down the center. There's multiple doors on each side, and some of the doors are more like archways that just have like curtains in front of them. And other than that, it's pretty basic. Just torches on the wall, maybe some tapestries hanging on the ceiling. It's very beautiful. It's just pretty regular, what you would expect.
And yep. So I find Nico.
He's asleep. So if you want to roll an investigation check, you can see which room to go in. Because there's a lot of rooms, archways, stuff like that.
Investigation 13.
That's not bad. I would say because of how many, because it's the same length and width as the church above it. So I wouldn't say it takes you that long. He's behind one of the archways that have curtains, and you go in, and it looks like a place. There's an altar in the back, like with a cutout in lane. And then there's a cross in it, and there's an altar in front of it, and it's like pedestaled and stuff. Looks like a place where people pray. There's no chairs in here or anything. There's a lot of cushions, and you see all of the cushions are pushed together. And he's asleep. He had taken his robes off to lay over him like a blanket, and he's like clutching his book.
He's sleeping in a Eucharist or adoration chamber.
Nice.
I say an altar. It's like a wooden table with like fabric over it or whatever, you know. But yep, he's asleep.
Excellent. All right. Sleep well.
Yep, and he's sleeping real well.
And yep, I'll just head up and then just hang out in the sanctuary.
Cool.
Just admiring all the arts and the craftsmanship and the stained glass.
Yep. And other than that, most of the day will go by pretty regularly, pretty normally. I would say maybe there's some rain that comes in. Not heavy, just enough where Tyrell is definitely outside. Yeah. And he doesn't feel a thing. It does not jostle him whatsoever. The constitution and the willpower is just he's in the spirit. He's gone.
Yes.
But I'm sure once it starts raining, and it has been raining for like maybe 5-10 minutes, Brok, you're like, it's really cold out there, and it's starting to drizzle, and the rain's starting to get a little heavier, and it's overcast, and it's starting to get a little dark. Maybe I should go check on him. But you do, and I'm sure, your wings are out and stuff, and you're just...
Yep. Yeah, just full...
on the ground.
Prostration, arms out in front.
Oh, you're full prone.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought you were at least on your knees or something. No, he's just...
No,
that's
when
crazy.
It says in the Old Testament that they fell prostrate, he has fallen prostrate.
Dang. So he is, and so I'm sure his hands are muddy and stuff because from the ground, and his wings are out, just kind of laying down next to him. And I'm sure anybody who would walk by would see and think that he was dead. But yeah.
Other than the glowing pulsing.
Right. It's like waves that come out. He's still going for it.
Right. I'm not trying to disturb you. Keep going. And I'll take Aymer blanket.
He whispers to him.
Drape it over you so it takes some of the rain instead of you. And
I know, he's still just...
Yep.
And then I'll look around for Aymer.
Aymer's not outside.
It's not outside. And then I'll probably I would start to look around for him just to make sure that he's okay.
Outside.
Yep, look around.
Okay, do an investigation check for me.
Oh no. Classic. 9.
You don't see him anywhere. That's really funny though. That's literally what that one short that I did was you talking about how you two were just bad rollers and that I was a really strong roller until you cursed me.
You were.
I was.
Past tense.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You're welcome.
Get on our level.
Why couldn't I have? They really do say that you don't ever raise people up to your level. They drag you down to theirs. And that's exactly what's happened to me.
Yep. Jeremy, you're next.
Run. Please. I mean, don't, because we want you. But also, for your sake, you might want to second guess the job offer.
Well, I look around for him, and
Yep.
then, like, well, he probably does need to be alone for a little bit. And then I'll just go up and lean against kind of the side of the church if there's like a little covered spot.
It's like the roof comes out enough that if you were really pressed up against the
so
thing,
I
you
can
would...
stand there and just keep watch on Tyrol.
And there's a lot of trees around, too, that were really large oak trees, basically, that hang partly over the church and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, you'll be fine.
Just to make sure, I mean, you are very still. Some wild animal could probably come up to you, and so that's why I'm going to keep watch to be like, no, shoot.
Coyote just comes up.
Which is funny because the coyote would burst into flames, but we as humans would still think, I just don't trust it.
No.
Tyrell wakes up. It's like, oh, wow, there's a whole pack just dead.
Huh? What happened?
Oh,
Food!
no.
We got free food! But
Pre-burnt.
Yep.
But yeah.
Remember that scorched turkey? Or what buzzard or whatever it was that you scorched with and flattened with your hammer? When you were
Oh.
Odin Tyrol?
Yeah, the turkey soup is still in its skin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes me so uncomfortable.
Brok ate it.
He did.
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course he did. That was a delicacy to Brok. Old Brok.
Yeah.
New Brok would be like, oh,
Michelin star worthy.
ooh. He also ate dusty chicken, so.
Yeah, he did.
Oh man, that was so good.
Yes, he did.
We should get some on break. Just take it.
Throw it in the dirt,
Throw it on the
rub it around
ground.
a little. Flavor. So here's the thing: is we can take a break now because you said it needs to be a little bit early or a little bit longer, so we can take it now because usually we take it at 3. So if we take it at 2:30, we could do that,
Okay.
or we could take it at 3 and just go.
And then,
I think right now is a pretty good stopping
now
point
feels
to
like a good
take a
time
break.
for a break.
As I think the
Organic
next
break.
thing is going to be Tyrell waking up.
and getting up, getting ready to travel. A lot
Yep.
of questions, and a lot of tension. So
Yep.
Oh, perfect. And Gregorian Chance just stopped because some blonde lady's telling me about something I should buy that I'm not going to. So,
I highly recommend the web browser Brave,
Oh, really? I have Opera GPX.
as it blocks all ads and whatnot.
Opera GPX does that too. I just since I have Google Chrome that's linked
Oh.
to our business stuff, I use that for.
Yeah.
That's the reason why. Otherwise.
Nice.
But, yeah, so we will take a break. It will be a little bit longer than 45 minutes as
Yes.
Jonas has to go do some things.
Yep.
I
But
do.
Just got to go take care of the pupper dogs.
Puppy
we
dogs.
will be back.
They're so cute.
We'll be back in a jiffy. Be good.
Anyway,
But yes,
somebody
before
run a
our
recap for
break, we had some heavy discussions between Brok and Aymer as he tried to bring up the horrible topic that Magnus is no longer of this earth.
Yep.
And Aymer did not want to hear that.
No.
I can't blame him for it either. No.
That one's a different level.
Mm-hmm.
He's dealt with a lot of things. That one's tough. So,
It's very tough.
so yeah,
very tough.
that happened. And what else happened, boys?
Let's see. Brok and Flint had a nice little chat.
They caught up.
Uh, Flint let it slip that Brok has the most perfect teeth that he has ever seen.
I hate that.
Let's see. Tyrell's just been laying in the mud.
Yeah,
Yes.
Tyrell has been unconscious this whole time.
Yep.
I say unconscious. He's been in a state of prayer.
Yep.
He's in the spirit, is what we call it.
Yes. Let's
and yeah,
see.
Nico.
Brok went to go check on Nico.
Nico's has a nice pillow pile that he's
Don't let Tyrell see.
that he's sleeping on.
As if you don't know what goes on in my own house.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
And then my brain stopped short after thinking about Nico. You were looking for Brok was looking for Aymer, but because
Yes.
after the conversation, Aymer stormed away.
Because he just wanted to make sure that Aymer was good, but he couldn't find him, which is concerning, but also
I understand.
it's kind of, yeah.
So I think that's pretty much where we're at.
Yeah.
Flint is now sleeping as well,
Yes.
and so we're pretty much just waiting on Tyrell to
Finish up
finish his
his mega
Halloween
prayer.
Yeah,
At the 24-hour mark of whenever he first went out there and laid down in the grass.
yep. Which was early in the morning. It was really early in the morning.
Yeah.
Because you didn't sleep that night, so you stayed up all night and probably did it super, super early.
Mm-hmm.
So we still have a lot of hours to wait.
We do. Brok definitely does some painting.
Please tell me
in
that
the
you paint
downtown.
Tyrell on his face on the ground.
Ooh,
Be really
I will
funny.
add it to the list of things to paint, yes.
The image still stuck in my mind is Brok looking at the church and Aymer being on the front steps and stuff. Because I bet that was a beautiful sight with the moon really high and stuff. I bet that was so beautiful. Anyway.
And do I have anything else I need to do? Definitely if Aymer does not come back into a line of sight in, we'll say 4 hours.
That's a pretty solid amount of time. I definitely expected it to be less than that.
Well, it's a heavy topic.
That one's really rough.
And especially with everything that Aymer has seen and witnessed.
And had to be privy to knowledge-wise.
Yeah.
This is also Brok showing some of that new emotional fortitude and knowledge.
He's a man now.
I know. A man handling two extremely difficult topics for somebody who used to do that for him. Because the Viscount dying is a really tough one.
Yes.
And his dad possibly taking it is a really tough one. That's very heavy. It's a lot.
It's a lot. We got a lot.
There's a lot going on. A lot of
There's a lot
heavy,
going
heavy
on.
topics.
And we're just mortals.
We're just. Uh-huh. But yeah.
So, yeah.
I would say probably about an hour and a half into you painting-ish. Nico, are you outside?
No, I definitely, because of the drizzle, I would have
Yes.
headed inside for my paintings.
Yes, and it is still, I would say it's probably raining a little harder now. Maybe not torrential downpour, but it's turned less into a drizzle and more into like a steady rainfall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By this time, this blanket's doing nothing.
Oh, yeah, no. It's just, I guess, maintaining your body heat in some way. But it is very cold rain because you're so far north.
Oh, I bet.
But on the inside of the church, it is very warm. And very beautiful, the sound of the rain, trickling on
man.
the roof. You get to see a little bit of it from the stained glass
That's some
windows.
good napping weather.
The perfect napping weather.
Especially inside of a church, you hear like the distant rolling thunder and stuff. The church is very warm on the inside. The firelight from the torches and stuff, and like the chandelier that has torches in it. Yeah, it's a pretty perfect setting. Very warm and cozy. But as you're painting, Nico comes back upstairs and looks around and just sees you and Flint, and then he's like, and he opens the front door. Oh. So is he gonna, be doing that for a while longer, or?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with Tyrell, one thing you have to get used to is he just does, and then he kind of fills you in on what he was doing afterwards.
Okay.
So yes, just hunker in, listen to the sweet sound of the pouring rain. Did you sleep well?
Yeah. Don't tell him I used those pillows. That place looked pretty, you know, holy
It did.
and whatnot. So I'm sure I know that they were like kneeling pillows. I'm sure, but he probably wouldn't have liked me making a bed out of those. So
Well,
we'll just keep that between us.
yes. Hush, hush.
Anyway, would Flint still be sleeping at this point? Do you think? He's
Oh, yeah.
probably still. He's probably only gotten about 4 hours of sleep.
Oh
I
yeah.
think.
Yeah. No, he's like, oh yeah, big scary man here. I can sleep.
Yeah, and there are rafters. Are he up there?
No, he's in a pew. He's in a pew.
Okay.
He's trying to be
Nice.
somewhat respectful.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at the character growth.
Well, more it's because like in that talk with Tyrell,
Tyrell will
it
skin
was
him and
like,
make him, bite
hey,
him
you
into a
know, the
maker's
Circle
book.
of Odin showed up and now they're gone. And Flint was like, yeah, and he threw a man in hell, literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
That'll
will.
stick with you.
He will bind Flint's skin to a book of the Maker. I'm sure.
And adorn it with all of his teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For as metal as Flint is, Tyrell is tenfold.
Yeah. Which is saying something because Flint has no conscience.
And Tyrell does, and yet
And
there's just
yet-
specific topics you don't press too hard on with Tyrell, or you
No.
end up being pressed too hard upon. So yeah. Anyway, so you are painting. Where exactly are you painting? Are you up at the altar? What are you doing?
Probably like front row pew because that would give me the
There's space, yeah.
to set up.
Yeah, there's
and,
space. You know.
Nico, as he's painting, do you have any hobbies? I'm sure Arminius kept you quite busy.
And he's like, bookkeeping, balancing,
Oh,
coin tapping, playing with Doot.
well, that one's pretty solid.
I play the pan flute every now and then, but yeah.
Oh, yes, I got to hear some of that the other night when you played that alongside Aymer. It was lovely.
This is the first time I think I really played it around other people. The Vinnick, didn't really like it because he said it was too noisy. But every now and then I would do it and he wouldn't say anything. So, but yeah, mostly sweeping, tallying, balancing books, counting coins.
Well, now that you're your own man,
To an extent, I still gotta.
perhaps during
myself
our journeys together, we can introduce you to some new hobbies. I can show you how to paint if you'd like.
Sure. I mean that's fine. That works for me. I've not really done anything artistic before, other than writing, and even then, again, that's just balancing the books. So, but I wouldn't mind trying. Yeah.
Splendid. Let me finish up this one that I'm working on, and then after a while, I'll come get you, and we can start your first lesson.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. All right. I guess I'll just. And he just looks around at the church. Sit here. He does. He just scoots in awkwardly in between two pews, and then sits down. Kind of tucks his hands into his legs, sits there.
Brok stops for a second and puts his brush down and kind of turns to face Nico. Nico, perhaps no, never mind. It'd be too soon for you to try anything, and I don't even know if it's in your wheelhouse. Of course, from what I've seen, it looks like everything's in your skill set.
Only kind of. I can't do a lot of whatever Tyrell did out there. I can't do that. I can do some things. What are you curious about?
don't even know if we should go poking around this. But options are limited. I believe you have been informed that I have a connection with a certain vampiric lord of some sort.
Oh, well, I knew that you were way back then, but I didn't know how that happened to you, or I guess. And he looks a little, not embarrassed, but more remorseful. I guess I don't really know that much about you guys.
Well, I can fill you in while we paint.
Yeah, that would be great. I guess it's kind of important that I know you guys a little bit more. So you were a vampire, and that happened because of a vampire lord?
That is my best guess, yes, as he has visited me multiple times.
Oh,
Not so much physically. And I thought after my rebirth that I was in the clear, and that is not the case.
oh.
Um,
So are you still? You're not still.
I'm not a vampire anymore, or whatever I was. But the connection still lingers, and he still comes and visits.
Yeah, and you would know now, even being awake. When you were asleep, it was kind of more like a distant. It's definitely
More present. Yeah.
again. The
And
dread.
to make things worse, the guides that, and he kind of pats the daggers that the Maker has given us, they can't sense him when he visits.
He's kind of leaning forward on the pew at this point. He's like, "But isn't the Maker supposed to be the big guy?"
And apparently he resides out of the Maker's purview.
And he just looks at you with this terrified look in his eyes. You, what? Somebody attached to you.
I know.
Oh,
It's a lot. And it's been getting worse.
oh.
But with your special talents, I just wondered if you could, I don't know, tap into it, sense it, block it somehow.
Well, that seems very intimate religiously in some way. Like kind of like a Tyrell's connection with the Maker, or how I would imagine it anyway. It seems like he's like physically somehow tied to your soul or something. It seems.
That's what I'm afraid of.
But if he's outside of like the Maker, I mean, oh. And you don't know anything about him? You don't know where is he? I mean, if he's outside of the Maker, I would think that he's not on Silvana then, right?
I've only seen his actual form on really one occasion, and it was very brief. As you can imagine, a vampire lord, he looked very well dressed, as much as I can say it, a handsome fellow. And he has something on his arm, or it's near his arm. I can't even explain to you what it is. I don't know if it's magic, if it's I don't know. But yeah, it's probably best that you don't try and tamper with it right now.
Well, I can at least. And he looks a little nervous when he's trying to. For what he's going to try to explain. And so he kind of goes back and forth. Well, in the easiest way I can, kind of explain it. When I meditate, it's on time and space, right? So the things around me I see in different time periods or different, places, spans of time, timelines, I guess you could say, pasts and presents, possible futures, and so, there's a lot that I can see, and then sometimes I can see, and he looks around, and he looks at Flint, and he makes sure Flint's asleep. Sometimes, and this is where it gets a little scary to be a time wizard. I see beyond here, this space, this realm, and I see things I can't explain.
Oh my.
So,
I'm sorry.
not all of them bad. It's just so outside of our understanding. So it's really, overwhelming.
It's such a burden because you can't. I mean, you have to bear that yourself. It's not like you can share it and talk with somebody about it that might have seen a similar thing.
It's hard. Especially when it's space and the understandings are not even computable in our mortal conceptions for Siovana. But all of that is to say, if he's not in this realm, and he looks afraid, like there's multiple different mixing emotions, I could think that he's probably along the same lines of some of those things I've probably seen.
Oh.
Is what I would think. So I could do some meditations and see if I can feel anything or see anything similar.
If you feel comfortable with it, I mean, and I can't stress this enough, tread lightly.
As always, I've seen things, like I said, and have thankfully not come in contact. But that's the reason why we're not really supposed to do that stuff outside of the tower.
That's pretty understandable.
I mean, just seeing everyday things is different for me. So, it's difficult to tap into any kind of power that I have, even the natural ones that just kind of happen for me by nature. So I'll have to ask Tyrell when he wakes up, because he wants me to talk to him first. And I know that he said when I want to do something that might, shake things up, but the issue is everything I do and can naturally do, unfortunately, shakes things up. So
yes, we've already caused a bit of a stir already. We can put a hold on this for now, and yes, let's definitely wait till Tyrell's finished.
okay. But I would love to give you some answers if I'm, able to.
I appreciate that. And he finishes up his current painting. Now, come over. Come take a seat.
Yeah, and he does, and he like, oh, I'll take my robes off because I don't want to get paint on those. And he's just in his like normal cotton tunic with those little suspenders and pants, which is a stark contrast to the wonderful robes he was wearing.
Yes.
And I feel like I know that we know what he looks like, but just to describe him again, he is a very thin, very short young man, with like tanned skin and freckles, little wire frame glasses, and like a messy head of like curly brown hair. I mean, he's a very simple looking kid with like brown eyes. I mean, he's very simple looking, especially when he's not wearing his robes. So it's a very stark contrast to what he's actually capable of. But he lays his robes aside on one of the pews and comes over and sits next to you. So what are we doing?
Let's start with just painting something you've seen. Let's use the altar and the backdrop of the stained glass as a nice starting point.
Okay. And he picks up a paintbrush and he goes, and his hands are shaky, and it's bad.
Yep.
It is not a thing.
And as he's starting, Brok will be like, "All right, let's see where to begin. Well, we'll just start with me, of course. And you see, I had Mama, Papa, and my sister Tanya, and he just starts talking him about Brok, and then." Every now and then he'll segment over into Aymer and Tyrell and Cyrus, Lilith.
Yep. But yeah. That will be what you guys do for the next, I mean, how long do you want to be doing that for? Until he comes out with something, until you're satisfied?
Yeah, probably till he finishes the painting.
It is rough.
It's
so rough. But yep. What time would it probably be? It definitely is past those 4 hours that you've not seen Aymer, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. I would roll a d20 for me.
19.
Okay, then I would say it's close to almost ending those 4 hours that you don't see him. So it doesn't go too far over. You're still very cognizant and aware of the time that's being spent so that you know to still be looking for Aymer.
Okay.
And he's still not in the sanctuary anyway.
Yes. Excellent job.
I think that Flint would have been woken up by now. It's been about 8 hours. Unless you want him to sleep for a long time.
No, he'd be up, but nobody would have heard him get up.
Of course not.
Nope.
Hate that guy.
Great beginning job.
And he looks at, are you painting along with him, or is it just you?
No, like,
or is it just him, I mean?
Yeah, just watching, and then would help guide his strokes every now and then.
Yeah, it's
And
rudimentary and rough, but he's real bashful about it. He's like, oh, I don't really know. This is my
Nico,
thing.
you're doing great. Have you seen the ones that I used to do?
Yeah.
I'm sure you saw the one that I gave Arminius.
I didn't tell him that I saw it, but I did see it, yes.
Well, you did an excellent job as for a first-timer.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll probably try again while you're doing something else.
Oh, yes, I actually, I need to go check on Aymer.
Rips the paper. Sets it aside. But yeah.
Yes, you keep practicing, and if it's not your thing, that's okay. At least you tried it. And then I do a pat, and where is he?
Don't worry. Where are you going to look for him?
First, I mean, I thought that he went outside, but I will do a quick scour of the church
just
interior
again,
first.
To help you, there is the foyer,
Mm-hmm.
and there's 2 sets of doors. So there's the front doors from the outside coming into the foyer, and
Yes.
then the second set of doors going from the foyer to the sanctuary, like a regular church. And
Yes.
so he went down the aisle and through those first set of doors. You don't know where he went past that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm gonna just scour the interior of the church first.
You want to do an investigation check for me? I don't know why I'm so yawny today. I'm not even that tired.
Investigation. 29.
Oh my god, he is on the ground sniffing Aymer's scent. That's wild.
Let's
So,
see.
yeah.
Let's see if this one works as well as the old one.
Now, to be fair, Aymer does keep a lot of perfume on him.
That he does.
So, Aymer has a lot of natural perfume on him. That's just Aymer. We're going through a lot of things. Aymer always makes sure he looks and smells good.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh,
just
yeah.
Aymer. But you check around upstairs, and there's not really much. It's just the sanctuary, really. So check under a pew. He's not there. But you go back out and down, not the same stairs that Nico came up, or but you go down the other flight of stairs, and it still leads to the same place. It's just a different avenue to get there.
Yeah.
And so you come down there, and I'm sure you go through like all the doors, like Aymer, and you get to maybe like the second to last one in the aisle or the hallway, and it's one with a door. And when you open the door, it's similarly set up to the one that Nico was asleep in, but it doesn't have any pillows or anything. It looks more like a study prayer room. So it looks like there's like a desk in here or whatever. And Aymer it looks like he was for a long time, praying or something. The sword is on the desk, like away from him, but he is now, unlike Tyrell, who's completely flat on his face, he's like on his knees, leaned over, like on his face, but with like his hands in between, and he's not moving, basically. His ears are back. Actually, his ears would probably be down on the floor, and his tail is, I wouldn't say it's not moving. It's like the tip of it's like every now and then.
Just a very slight little.
Yeah, every now and then it might move back and forth just to show a sign of life, but that's about it.
Brok stands there for a good while because he's quite hesitant to approach. He doesn't want to interrupt whatever he is doing, and seeing as he's probably deep in prayer, but it's been 4 hours.
A little bit over, because you lost him.
Yeah.
I say lost him a little bit before that. You lost him at like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours before that. So it's been 6 hours.
And if it was Tyrell, I would think nothing else of
Yes.
it. So then after standing there a bit,
And the air is very still. There's not, like, unlike with Tyrell, you can absolutely tell that there's magic coming off of him. Even not being a magic user, you can just feel it.
yeah.
But that is not the same feeling you get with Aymer.
And I'll go up, kneel beside him, and whisper, Aymer. Aymer. Shake, shake, shake.
And when you shake him, he just kind of slumps to the side, and you can tell that he's asleep.
Oh.
But you can tell his face, even though it's oddly pigmented because of his skin tone, you can tell that his eyes are swollen from crying, and his nose is a little red.
My boy. I will be like, I see. And look around, head out of the room, come back with the same pillows.
You're just getting desecrated, bro.
And
That's
just kind
wild.
of slip them under. Because Brok had two thoughts. Oh, I'll pick Aymer up and carry him to a cozier spot. But then I looked at his sword over there and said, I can't pick you up.
Nope.
So then he said, I'll bring the bed to you.
Like, Sora's going to get real mad if somebody else other than Aymer picks him up again.
He's gonna pop out of the sword and be like, "Do you know who I am? What are you doing?"
And then after kind of just getting him situated, I will pull out one of my daggers, tap it to his sword. I don't know if this is going to work, but maybe we can talk to each other. And I will focus in and see if by the transient
connection.
property,
The transient property.
if I can zoom in there and talk with his lad.
You can roll me a religion, arcana religion. We'll see. Maybe you can convince me, but I just don't think so.
No.
No, he looked at it.
I did. I looked at the roll, and two, it was a long shot to begin with.
Yeah, it's just not. If it was Tyrol, maybe he would have a better chance because it's Tyrol. It's not really your
Yeah.
skill set.
With
So-
you, it's asking nicely. With Tyrol, it's, hey, I'm a saint and you're just a martyr. Open up.
Hey, I'm only doing this because the Maker allows me, so you should let me in before the Maker doesn't make you anymore. Before the Maker unmakes you. But that is the way with Tyrol. He does threaten people to get what he wants.
He does.
So, but anyway,
And
yeah, it's
Oh,
all
so
quiet.
well.
and do I need to talk to Emma and Ezra about anything? Nah.
We still have a lot of traveling time, too.
Yep.
We're literally just waiting on this buffoon to get done with his praying.
We are indeed. And so
You just tell me whenever it's been 24 hours.
I will.
Brok will kind of sit on one of the little benches nearby and just watch him for a little while. And then he'll just head upstairs and just meander.
And when you
actually probably do some training.
when you come back upstairs, just make sure that Nico's okay. I don't know if you're able to find Flint, if you care to look for him or not.
I'll look around. Well, he was here. Look up. He's not up there. All right. He's fine.
Once you go over to check on Nico, you see that Nico actually has something on the paper, canvas, parchment, whatever you want to call it. And it is this... Your brain cannot comprehend what you're seeing. It is a figure-ish, person-ish thing, blob,
Okay.
and it's unnerving to you just by nature, just from looking at it. Not that it
Yes.
necessarily looks, domineering in any way, but just looking at it because you can't understand it with this galactic background it has, and it looks, really detailed. And when you look, his eyes are closed.
Oh. And I'm not going to interrupt him in this process. Just gonna let him
He's like, ooh, okay.
go through it.
Step backward very
'cause-
quietly.
With things of this nature, just want to be extra careful because jolting him out of it, even in the slightest of awakenings,
Yeah.
could be disastrous.
That could send us all back to the Dark Ages. That's the thing with Nico. You all, the slightest volatility around him, and you all are back to way before you all were even born. Back to the beginning of Siovana, the maker making the gods. And all of this has been for nothing. But yeah.
So I'll leave him be. Yeah, I picture there's a nice open space in the front up near the altar and all that. And I will start doing the push-ups, sit-ups, exercises.
Okay. And then that will be how we spend the rest of the day until, Tyrell, it has been your 24-hour mark.
At the 24-hour mark, as I assume Aymer's awake.
Yeah, Aymer is back upstairs, but he is not near you, Brok. He is back in the corner, the opposite side, by himself. He
Everybody
looks pretty grumpy.
in the
You can
church
tell.
that's awake would
Which is
just
everybody,
see-
unless you think Flint is asleep
no,
again.
Flint would be awake. It's early morning. Flint's awake.
It is. It's like 6 a.m.
Yeah. There is a blinding, like, gold pulse that rips through the building.
Ooh.
And then
All right.
Tyrell comes into the sanctuary. Not wet, not muddy, not dirty. Because he is a celestial being. Huh?
Yep.
And he just comes in and goes,
It's called prestidigitation.
all right.
Oh.
Travel time?
Yes, everything's good. You succeeded, from what I could see and
Yes.
feel.
Yes, the ground's been properly sanctified as a holy place.
I'm ready to go whenever everybody else is.
Yes. Let's give me a moment to pack up. You're done with your paintings?
Yeah.
Yes, we can talk about it on the road of that.
I guess I'll go get the dangerous bottle of liquid. Put it in my pack then. And he goes up.
Yes, about that. Just trying to be cautious here. I can carry it. It would be no issue.
I mean, that's I guess everybody else's prerogative, but I mean, I can also and he just does this weird motion with his finger and like a portal opens. I can just put it in here and then we don't have to worry about it spilling on anybody. But the only issue is if something happens to me as we're traveling.
And that's kind
Then
of
you
my
all will never get it
concern,
again.
because we are going to the Underdark, and I imagine magic gets weird down there.
I would think it depends on the magic. But I don't know, I've never been down there.
Nico will carry it until we get to the Underdark, and then I will take possession of it.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay. And the portal is still open, and he grabs it, and he's like, oh. Pulls out a fabric, like a little handkerchief or something, and grabs it. And then it whoop, closes. All right, and just dusts his hands off. No need to worry about that anymore, right? For a while.
Not for a while.
Okay,
And then the next time you get it out will be the last time you have to handle it.
wonderful. Great.
It's just I don't want any accidents on the way.
No, oh no.
Flint. Yep, you. Come on.
That's really funny. He's like, where are you, rat? Get down here. He goes like, you could see him?
This is my sanctuary.
Does he know that I slept on his pillows?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Oh.
It's all right.
Don't worry.
There's no active services here. Whenever services are not in session, it is a waypoint for travelers.
Okay. That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah. And don't feel so bad. You're not the only one that slept on them.
He put Aymer on them.
Oh. Oh, okay. And he looks back at Aymer. Aymer's not gotten up. Aymer's not said anything to anybody. Aymer's not looking at anybody.
And,
Okay.
yep, pack stuff up.
I guess we can go whenever everybody else is ready.
And Tyrell will go over to Aymer. Rough night.
And he's not looking at you. His leg is bouncing. He has his hands folded tightly. You can see that, like, even though his hand does that, both of his hands do the, like, the black to orange color pigmentation. You can tell that he's holding his hands tight enough that, like, the skin is changing different colors. Because ours would turn white. It's called white knuckling. He doesn't have white on him.
Yeah.
So,
It's getting more orange.
yeah.
Orange is red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he doesn't look at you. I don't want to talk about it.
We don't have to talk about it until you decide you want to talk about it. Although at some point you will have to understand that as your spiritual leader, I should be the one that you should talk about these things with. But only when you're ready. Because if you're not ready, there's no point. But other than that, we should actually do what we can for the rest of this continent.
Might as well. And he just gets up, walks out. He's ready to go. He goes like, ooh, he doesn't seem so happy.
No, Nico, he is not.
He has a lot on his shoulders.
Well, I mean, I know there's a lot going on, but I mean, what else is there? You know? I mean,
Well, when your own father, orchestrates the assassination of a Viscount, takes control of said position,
that is pretty rough.
and then there's the looming usurper of gods, and flowers that steal people's souls.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And it was the Viscount who tasked us with dealing with the flowers.
Yeah.
So I imagine the weight of failing the Viscount is weighing on him as well. And there's a bit of another family issue, but that's for him.
Man, it seems like we're all kind of dealing with a lot, huh?
Yes, everybody that has ever traveled with this party deals with a lot. Except for Flint.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes, life is a struggle, and that's what makes it so beautiful.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's go
Yes,
destroy plants or something, I guess.
let's continue on. Did I tell you about the time? No, I left off before we got there. So I got to bathe Tyrol once, actually a couple times.
I imagine Flint in the background's even like, you, why? For what reason?
Do you remember Arminius's lovely train that got blown up?
You did that?
I thought we had a oh no, you weren't part of that conversation.
No.
Yes, no, I did that.
He has so much patience. He has so much patience.
He really
He was
does.
so mad about that when he heard about that. I thought he was going to kill me.
That
Yes,
is a mower.
It is a mower, and it sounds like it's right there.
The people over here have a 0 turn.
Oh, nice.
So they'll be done quick.
Yes, you see, back then when Tyrol used his horrifying and yet magnificent power, it left him a bit exhausted and destroyed. So he couldn't quite move on his own very well.
Oh.
And that's where we came in, and we bathed him, and yes, it was. He almost crushed Aymer. Aymer tried to take him out of the cart by himself,
Oh.
and
Oh, no. Oh.
as you can picture the size difference.
The size,
yes.
well, even then, especially now, even then, you were pretty tall back then.
Yes, just be happy now whenever I use some of those spells. I'm not incapacitated for 2 weeks and lose body parts.
Yeah, I don't think that they'd be able to take care of you if that was the case.
Because that's why I didn't have an eye.
Oh.
One of the prices to be paid.
Oh. And the maker's not like that?
No.
Oh.
Like I said to you the other day, the Circle of Odin is a pale imitation of what the Maker's people were.
Huh. Oh.
And by the way, 2 of those people were going to use that on you the other day.
Oh. Oh.
Yes.
Oh. Whew. Well, it's a good thing I, turned one of them to dust.
The wrong one. for
Oh.
that. It was the 2 in the back, glowing gold.
Oh. I know nothing about those guys.
The other 4 were just there to keep you in a spot.
Oh.
Yes, it's
Cool. That's great. Oh. I'm scared of all of them the same, you know? They all kill and stuff, so.
No, that's just very justified.
I don't try to differentiate which ones kill worse. They just all kill. So.
They all kill,
Just stay away from all of them.
but some of them do kill worse.
Oh. That's cool. But you're killing those guys?
Yes.
Oh.
Or converting them.
You guys got a lot going on.
Understatement.
I don't. Do you get used to it? I mean, I feel like you guys are very well adjusted to all of this that's going on.
Oh, it took a lot of time and, well, being torn apart and put back together tends to put things into perspective.
Yeah, I would think so. Okay, well, and here I am just worried about, family being gone.
Oh, you should always worry about family.
Well, it's not a god or a vampire space man watching me all the time. Or dealing with, flowers that are killing people. I guess I'm kind of a part of that now, but, that's fine. Just gotta worry about being my, whole body being blown up by a rainbow. And my semi-father figure person being gone. Though I do, just by nature, bend time and space, so
Yes,
that could.
and it's amazing. You are amazing, Nico.
Well, thanks. By the way, could I possibly, I don't know if you know the ramifications of it. I'm sure you probably do. But, Brok wanted me, I wanted to do something for Brok. If you were okay with it.
What does it entail?
A meditation.
And what happens during your meditations?
Well, it can be fine if I do it the right way. I'm not trying to change anything. I just kind of want to feel out space.
I asked Nico if he would be able to sense him, seeing as he's outside the Maker's view, which is a
How
whole
about
issue on its own.
we travel for a week, put some distance between us and the sanctuary, and then you can try.
Okay.
That sounds good.
It'll also give us some time to think of what to do in case they show up. I doubt that will have as big of a sounding impact.
No, it's not actually changing anything. It's just feeling things out there. And I see things. I can interact with them if I'm lucky or unlucky. And really the only thing it would change is that he might know that I saw him or something. It's their knowledge. The only thing it might change is if they come here. Sometimes through me. But that's not gonna happen.
Through you?
Can happen. Not that it would, but
How about
could.
we just cancel this whole idea then? I don't like the sound of that he could come through you, especially since he's already told us that he's on his way.
Well, so. It just depends on the thing itself. And,
The thing's
if-
already capable of coming here.
So then maybe he doesn't need me as a vessel, considering he's already been here.
I say we don't.
Yes, let's not do this.
I say whenever he
But-
shows up, then you can do whatever you want to him.
Yes, if he pays me a visit during the night and you happen to sense something, by all means, you do you, as they say. You are a free man now. You can make your own decisions.
Well,
And
glad I
don't-
asked.
Yes. Yes, it's good to ask, of course. But in the spur of the moment, you have to make...
But I might be able to find out more about him and like where he might be from or something. If I tread lightly, he might not know.
Give it some time and let us put some distance.
Yes, we'll give it a week for us all to think it over, if it's worth it.
Okay.
And also just let us get somewhere for me to prepare some sort of ritual to try to keep him from coming in through you.
Okay.
Yes, in the meantime, why don't you tell me about that interesting painting you did?
Oh. Yeah. Well, so that was, and he pulls it out and unfolds it because when it dried, he folded it up and put it in a pocket. And so now you can see the same thing that Brok had seen. Well, sometimes, and like I said in the meditations, you kind of see things. And this is something I've seen multiple times.
Oh.
So. And I don't know really what it is. But, it's there,
Well-
along with some other things.
Neither do I.
Could I roll to see if I know what it is?
Sure.
What would you like me to roll?
Ooh.
It's time and space, not. Insight is what I would think. Maybe history. You can add insight and history together if you want.
Yeah, those are some good choices.
Because it's definitely not religion, and it's certainly not arcana. My Coke almost
sorry.
came out of my nose.
My bad. My bad.
I'm telling you, it doesn't work that way for you.
Oh.
So it's a nat 1, but then I get to add. So it's technically a 13.
Honestly, that's really high.
That's
rolling a
that's
nat
a nice
1.
bump, yeah.
You still have no clue. The DCs are very high. And 13 is not cut it. But that's still pretty high for rolling a nat 1, really. But yeah, you have no idea what this thing is either. You can tell it's definitely, because you have seen the vampire guy, the vampire lord, you have seen him. This is very amorphous. You can't tell, it's more shadowy and more, instead of bodily, it looks more like just a head of something. It's just a very unsettling depiction of something out there that he has seen. And you don't know if it's in a specific time. You don't know if it's specifically spaced. You don't know if this was past. You don't know what this is. It could be anything. But it's definitely interesting.
A very strong urge to call on an angel, but I'm not going to. 'Cause that's cheating.
It could be anything. Yeah, it could be that. You have no idea.
I will not use my strong urge. to
Oh
yell
yeah,
at
I
an
know that
angel.
guy. Hung out with that guy on
yeah,
Saturday.
that's Jerry. He's a dick.
That's why he looks like that.
Jerry.
Oh, Gerald.
Gerald.
But
Yep, as we walk and talk, Brok tells Nico more stories about the group.
yep.
How we
Sure,
met
that's how Flint looks at him.
Delilah. how she's awesome and scary because she
Yeah.
fights little dragons, and yeah, just kind of take him through a bit more of our journey, and then I'll stop, and I don't want to bombard you with a bunch of info at one time.
Oh, it keeps everything interesting. At least I
It is.
know everybody a little bit
It's
better.
it is quite interesting, especially recapping it. But
I'm sure putting it in perspective really, puts it in perspective.
but if you would excuse me, I need to check on somebody else,
Yeah, who is lagging behind.
and I will drop back and walk beside him.
And he doesn't say anything to you. He doesn't look at you. He's just he looks a mixture of depressed and angry.
And yeah, I just walk beside him for, several hours, and I don't say anything.
Neither does he.
Just walk beside him.
Which I'm sure is very unsettling to everyone, because the majority of the time, as he always does, chitter-chatters. Jabbers, sings,
Yep.
makes a big mess, but he has not. And he doesn't look like he's, like I said, overly sad or anything. He looks a mixture of, he's got an angry look on his face, but you can tell it's a deep sadness. So, yeah. But he looks very set. Although he does look like his ears aren't moving as much, his tail's not moving as much, He's not fiddling with, his hands or anything on his person at all like he usually does. So, yeah. Yeah. If there's nothing else in particular, we will travel on for the rest of the day, and then what do you all want to do? Keep going until you need to rest, or would you like to take rests? Because, again, it's a 3 to 4 week journey. On.
Yeah, take stop only when we need to.
That's what I would think too. And as you keep going north, because that's where you're going north, east.
Northeast.
Yes.
Yep.
You literally went bloop, bloop.
Well, it's more like a.
Yeah. Well, because you went from here to here to here to here to there.
Yeah.
You've been all over Lofesk at this point.
We're Johnny Cash.
But as you all go, it starts to get cold. And every time the weather starts to change to where there's a lot more rain, and then the rain starts to it's been raining a lot anyway, but the rain starts to turn to freezing rain. Not necessarily sleet, like I said before, but it's the cold, heavy rain. So everybody has to bundle up except you, god creature. And Nico, who just makes a weird film over him that just kind of makes the rain, yeah. And you can tell it's like a weird rainbow-ish. I say rainbow, it's more or less how bubbles, the color bubbles.
Yeah.
It's like that. Just a thin, looks like a thin film over him that keeps him from getting wet.
Weirdo.
Time and space. If he doesn't want it to touch him, it's not going to touch him. What do you mean? He could rewind this rain if he wanted to.
That's
if it didn't
true.
change
Oh,
all
I'll
of
back up.
eternity. Honestly, he could get us there right now if we wanted. He could just displace us, but
Ooh,
that would
no.
send shockwaves.
We ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd get there, and I don't know. Instead of 6 this time, it would be 6 legions.
Yeah, because displacing actual creatures changes
A lot.
everything. So, but yeah. And then that obscure hole in the ground to the Underdark is suddenly a gigantic rainbow hole in the ground, and it's very obvious to everyone.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but yep. So we will keep going until somebody says that we need to stop.
Yes.
Um,
yes.
So we will keep going.
Not gonna be Tyrol.
No, of course it's not going to be Tyrol. It might be Nico just because of the traveling itself, like the walking.
Yes.
That's not something he's
No,
used
it
to.
would be
No,
Nico.
he's definitely not used to
And
this.
the-
Everybody else is used to this.
Yeah. And the terrain is starting to get very sludgy. So like the ground is very muddy and slippery, and it starts to get hilly at some points. So I'm sure he slips a couple of times, you know. So and he's the most inexperienced traveler here. So at some point, I think Brok, you would be the one to recognize that he's, you know, Aymer is lagging behind on purpose.
Yes.
It looks like Nico's actually just struggling.
Oh yeah, I take care of my boys.
So I'm sure at some point you see that he's lagging behind and struggling, and so then you say, yeah, maybe we should take a break.
All right. This looks like a good spot up here. Let's set up and
You
take a
probably
rest.
find like a cave-ish area that it's more of like an in-lane rock, more of that you all can get at least some sort of protection from the sleeting, slushy rain. So you all stop there, and the party does consist of Tyrol, Aymer, Brok, Flint, and Nico, just so we're all aware.
Yes, yes.
So I'm sure Flint is the one that's like up
Yeah.
ahead. He would be the one to find that. Because he travels
He kind
a
of
few
scouts
yards
ahead.
ahead
Yeah.
of you all. So it would be Aymer lagging behind the three of you, Nico, Tyrol, and Brok, and then
Oh, Tyrol with Nico there, and after being attacked by the circle, would be flying above them, scanning the broader area.
that too. Yep. So.
Yeah.
So you all go into this alcove that dear Flint has found for us. Yeah. And you all make some fire, lay out your bedrolls, that sort of thing. And it is late at night. I would say 11, 12, really late. So it's super dark. Moon's very high. It's very clear skies, but, you know, you still have the slushy rain still happening. I say clear, then it would be a little overcast. There's
Yeah.
clouds, but you can see the moon is shining bright enough that you can
Yeah,
see it
every
through
now
the
and
clouds.
then probably passes over and then
Yeah.
light again.
Yeah, but yep. So you all are camping for the night. Is there anything anybody would like to do?
Tyrol doesn't have anything.
Okay.
He's waiting for Aymer to want to talk to him.
Yeah, Aymer makes sure he is secluding himself. He is not
Yeah.
in the right frame.
And Brok makes sure that he's not secluding himself.
Mm-hmm.
So Brok goes over to him.
And he's like pressed up against the wall, like his knees up against his chest, arms around his knees, and his tail around his feet, just head on his knees. And he looks like a kid pouting, like his ears aren't back or anything. Like I said, like usually when he is pouting or something, he's just
And I'll sit across from him so I can look at him.
he's not a glarer, although he does glare a lot at Tyrol, but he just glares at you. Doesn't say anything, just looks at you.
Aymer, what's going on?
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, that's going to be a problem because I want to talk about it.
Well, that's going to be a problem, because I don't care.
Aymer, I'm here for you. We have each other's backs. We always have. Fine. Fine. Well, then I'll just tell you something then. I lied to you all a good while back. You all once asked how many fights I had been in, and I said that the one with the trees, that was my first fight. That was the lie. I've been in many fights. When I got out and escaped, I had to find my way across the land, and Sometimes farmers would catch me picking into their barrels for apples and whatnot. And they didn't like that, of course. And as you are aware, people don't see Lazogmans really as people. And so sometimes they would just find me and beat on me in an alleyway just because I was there. But in that forest, that was the first time I fought back. And I didn't do it for me. I turned and saw that you were in trouble. It had you pinned to the ground. The first person to ever treat me like a person, and he was in danger. So I fought back. I was not going to lose you. And I'm not going to lose you now.
And he looks like he's listening. But usually where he seems like what you're saying is getting through to him does not look like that this time. I understand what you're saying, Brok. But I don't think it's the same anymore.
I can agree with that. This is far beyond us. We have been given a task way beyond ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to shut each other out, because that's only going to make things worse. But I'll leave you be. I know you have a lot on your shoulders. And he kind of just looks at you for a while. And as he gets up, then before he walks away, and Aymer, I love you.
He just hunkers down a little bit lower and just looks away.
And head up back with the others.
What are you doing, Tyrell? And Flint? Because you are in charge of Flint unless you just don't have knowledge of something, and then I will...
No, Tyrell and Flint are basically just keeping a watch around the perimeter. And it will be Tyrell and Flint that pass off the watches.
Okay. Cool. So I'm trying to think. Yeah, Nico would really just be chilling. I mean, the dude doesn't have much to really do. He's not used to traveling. So I'm sure he would look restless and just be like, so this is what you all do. This is what you guys have been doing, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I have something that actually might help you. It helped me a very big deal, and I hope to return it to him one day. In fact, I know I will. And I'll go over to Nico and pull out the pocket game and hand it to him.
It's actually gone. It is not in your pack.
Oh. Oh no.
What?
This is not good. It's not good. Arminius had given me a very lovely little pocket game.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that
It's
and showing me.
gone. And I
Oh?
keep it very safe.
Huh. And did you drop it, or is it just like poof gone? Like,
I don't know. I know I didn't lose it.
oh,
That is one of my most prized possessions. I would have raised hell if I knew it was gone.
Tyrell, did you see anything? Flint?
No. No.
I hate Flint so much.
And no, I did not take it.
Well, that wasn't my first thought, but I guess that is one. At least he's honest. Creep. So it just disappeared, out of time and space.
I don't know of anyone else that would have taken it.
Huh.
I don't know. Don't know what this means. I know. I had Aymer kind of sense it a while back, and he did kind of say that the magic of it was sort of fading.
That doesn't mean the item itself. I mean, he makes physical items.
Yes.
So that seems weird. I don't. And he looks over to ask Aymer, "Did you see it or move it or grab it?" And Aymer just turns his back, hunkers down further into himself. "I didn't touch it. Don't ask me again." And he goes like, "Ooh."
Yes, he's working through something.
Clearly.
Don't take it as a personal offense.
Clearly. All right. Well, and he chills because of the ice that came from Aymer. So okay. So that means it just poof, gone. Okay. Weird.
And just in case, I rummage through my whole pack.
Yes.
To make sure everything else is there. More importantly, the fool's gold.
It is still there. The fool's gold is still there. Yep. Everything else from your pack is just as normal as any other day. It's just the pocket watch that's gone.
Okay, well.
You still have Aymer's book, his journal. Some of the other possessions that you had, the fool's gold, that sort of stuff.
All right. Okay, well. Yes, I don't know how magic works, but...
Not like that. Oh, if it's a physical item and you enchant it, if the enchanting goes away, the item is usually still there. I would think. But I mean, every magic acts differently, like I said. I'm definitely not... And he gestures to Tyrell.
Yes, I am always amazed by what you all can do. Well, we won't worry about it. We need to stay focused on the task at hand.
Well, I mean, what does that mean about, Arminius? What does that mean?
I know he's fine.
Well, do we know he's fine? Tyrell, do we?
We don't know anything.
Okay, so
We don't.
really,
I can tell you he's not in the heavens. He's not in the hells.
But I
okay.
know
Okay.
that he's fine.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, okay. I think I'm just gonna lay down. Just, And he just slowly lays down and cuddles in on himself. Okay. Just gonna go to sleep. Just gonna, think this is all a bad dream. Just gonna go to sleep. It's fine. And, he'll try to go to sleep. Shaking.
Yes. It's going to be all right.
Yeah. So, Flint and Tyrell are back-to-backing the watch.
Tyrell first, then Flint.
Okay.
Nice. Yep. Brok eventually settles in. Zonks.
Okay. Patrick, Oh, roll a d20 for me. What'd you get, buddy?
Another nat 1.
That's really funny because I got a 9, so that's perfect. During the night, Aymer did not go to sleep. While Flint was taking watch, got up. They had a quiet squabble of like, just go to bed or I'll kill you. And if we want to fight it out, we can do that. I'm not in the mood right now. Just go to bed. I want to be alone. I will take watch. So, avoiding getting the crap beat out of him on a journey, Flint's like, fine, I don't need any of this anyway. It's ridiculous, and goes to bed. But everyone is asleep. So, and it's probably just before your trance is supposed to be over, that you all hear, raised voices. Brok, if you want to roll, actually both of you can roll it for me. I don't want to say it's necessarily perception because you're asleep, but just roll that just to add something to it. You really do have to stop looking when you roll, because every time you roll without looking at it, you go,
Yeah, that was a nat 20.
oh, wow.
So adding perception.
He stole it from me. He stole my
and
power.
That's going to put it at 30.
Yeah, and I got a 19.
Hey, good job. The one rolls that don't really matter that much for you guys. Good job.
That's
I already ruined the important one.
That's how it works, yeah.
Yep. So when you all start hearing the raised voices, it sounds like it's more on not the outside of the cave, but right at the entrance. So it
Yeah.
echoes in just enough to wake you up and you be confused by what's going on.
What is going on?
And the fire is very, very low, just enough to keep you all warm, not enough to give much light. And it's still pretty dark outside.
And yeah, quickly, I'm putting on armor as I'm walking up to the front.
And
Yeah, and Tyrell's obviously.
yeah, as you
Just
all are
walking up
waking
to the
up,
front.
and start hearing it, and getting closer, as you're getting closer, you hear Nico go, I don't really know what to do. I don't know what you want me to do, and I can't do anything unless like, I talked to Tyrell first, and I don't really know what you want me to do. I'm sorry. And you hear a voice you recognize, but it's hissing and angry, and you can tell that it's Aymer. He's like, you're going to do it because I asked you to do it, or I will just kill you and we won't even think about it. How about that? How about we just do that then? If you can't send me there or you can't bring him back, then what we're going to do is I'm going to slowly kill you until you can do it. How about that? How about that? Maybe that will make you do it.
Tyrell snaps his fingers,
And I'm sure it reverberates and
Yep.
echoes.
and
And you can tell as you all get closer that even though Aymer is a lot shorter than Nico, Aymer is like not pinning him against the wall, but he has like a hold of his robes,
Yeah.
and you can tell his nails are digging into them and ripping it, and Nico is just shaking and like,
Does Aymer have like a necklace or anything on, like a pendant or anything?
not a pendant. He has that like jerkin on, the little jester
His
attires.
jerkin slightly glows,
Oh.
and all the sound stops because I just cast silence centered on the jerkin. So that's a 20-foot spear.
And even Nico is like, like
Tyrell
And-
walks up.
Aymer lets go of him, backs up.
As you...
He looks. You all have seen him when he's high. You all have seen him when he's sad. This does not resemble an Aymer you all know, because you
Nope.
have seen him in Duke mode. This is a different level of Aymer. And he looks, because of the level of anger on his face, he looks distorted almost.
Yeah. I imagine you're going up to Aymer.
Yes.
I will go up to Nico and grab him.
And he's trembling, I mean, like full body
And
shaking.
pull him back into the cave.
Yep. And Tyrell just walks up to Aymer.
And he's glaring at you. I mean, he looks like he's not afraid of you. He's not.
And he will just put his arm out, grab him, pick him up, just by the scruff, walk out, wings come out, and they way up.
Oh, dang.
Way,
Like where
way
the
up.
ground, when you're like in a plane and the
gosh.
ground is really
Yes.
tiny and you can see all the land and stuff.
Yes. And I'd say this spell lasts for 10 minutes. It'd probably take 10 minutes to get up to that point. And then it dispels, and Tyrell just stares at Aymer.
What? You want me to apologize? Drop me. I don't care.
No, we're not dropping. We're going to have the conversation.
What conversation? And you can tell that his sword is not on him. What conversation do you want to have with me?
The conversation of your brother.
Drop me. I'm not talking about it.
And then we shimmer and disappear from this plane.
Oh.
We just go.
Yep.
And when we reappear, it is Tyrell holding you, but does not look like normal Tyrell. And it is hot.
Yeah. It's warm here.
Hot. We have transported to the hells. And when you see Tyrell, it's like the skin is like this black with like pasty ash on it. He's got like ripped up black robes that go over top of him. And it's like there's something over top of his face. Imagine Bleach
Okay.
when Ichigo gets like killed and comes back as the Hollow.
Yes.
That's what we're going for here. And behind him is it's just
Devastation.
hell.
Yeah.
And he's transported him to where he trained with the demon princes. And he will just set him down.
You going to leave me here, or what?
No, I'm not going to leave you here.
Then what are we doing? What is this nonsense?
The nonsense is that you have had too much loss and you do not know how to deal with it.
Well, you tell me how to deal with it. You're the one that ripped open Brok in front of me, and you want me to act normal about that at this point?
No.
I had one of your stupid brothers holding me down, silencing me like an animal, while Brok was being torn open in front of me.
The pain that you feel from every loss and from every aspect of your life is not something for you to forget. It is something for you to think about, to remember, and feel. Because as your life goes on, especially with you, there will be those that come up to you that have had it far, far worse. And they will expect you to understand. Look around you and tell me what you see.
Your games are irritating at this point, Tyrell. I see hell. Does that help you?
Look at what is going on.
They're suffering.
They are suffering. What I can tell you is that those that you have loved, that have moved on, are not here. But the people that will come to you for guidance and help, many of their loved ones are here. So you can choose to be angry from those that are no longer, quote unquote, alive, or you can focus that their misery of flesh is gone. And that one day, when your flesh gives up, the waiting is over, and you have eternity to catch up. Because how you are going now, this is your reality. not being here, but for whatever centuries you have left in the flesh, will feel like this. Or you can man up, learn from your pain, learn from your hurt, and look forward to the gladness of whenever you finally reach the final reward and never have to feel it again.
How does one man up, Tyrell? When everyone you try to protect dies, how do you man up from that?
You man up by living your life to help those that cannot help themselves. The people you travel with, the people that you have been around are those that can help themselves and others. And normally, when they themselves meet their demise, it's because they were helping the helpless. It is your job to continue living to uphold what they died for. That is the pain and reality of our lives.
Why?
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 Because you have been made for greatness to lead others, and you cannot lead them unless you understand the misery of their own lives. This, and he'll gesture around, is what you are leading them from. This is what good governance keeps them from. This is what your pain, and you're working through it and feeling it, dwelling with it, and then learning how to put it into words for others to understand helps them to avoid.
It's hard to see that, Tyrell. It's hard. I'm losing my faith. I can't.
And he'll step aside. Do you see these chairs? The massive chairs that not even I can fit in.
Yes.
These are the ones that dish out the punishment whenever Hela is not here to do it herself. These are the ones that turn every hatred and sin that they have had in their mortal lives and put it back on themselves for all eternity. These are the ones that you keep your flock from. The only problem with that is that to keep them from this, you have to understand. And to understand is accepting that at the end of the centuries of your life, through all the pain and misery that you go through, it ends, and only bliss remains with the ones that went before you. You may not be able to see them. You may not be able to talk to them. But one day, they will look at you, and they will either tell you congratulations and a good job you have done, or be disappointed. And right now, you are disappointing them.
He just lowers his head. Right. I understand.
Now then, before we go back, your life is not meant to be easy. I'm not supposed to tell you how your life is supposed to go, but I will tell you some of the things that are destined to happen. This is only the beginning of your hardships. Ruling a nation will bring its fair share of worse feelings, but you do not share them alone. The reason why you are attacking Nico and demanding things that are outside of all of our purview is because you ignore the guide, as he is not here. You ignore your prayer, and you ignore me, and you ignore your friends. All of us are here to share your burden with you, because you are not supposed to do this alone. Now, you can stop taking it out on your friends and start thinking on how it will help the masses.
I don't know how to do that.
You're not supposed to know how to do that. But you are supposed to think on it until the answers are given to you. So that way you can properly understand your own emotions. So one day when there is a line of people outside of your gates, you can help them.
All right.
Now when we go back, I am going to drop you. It right back up, and you can tell you're definitely off the ground.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're still back in the exact same position we were.
Nope.
No?
He drops you. You fall about 2 feet
Oh.
onto your butt
Oh.
in front of the cave.
I'm sure it's just like, oh, ow. Ow. All right. Just,
Everybody will leave you alone until you are ready. Is that understood?
it just echoes through the cave.
Crystal clear.
Yeah, no. Don't gotta tell me twice.
Give him his space. When he is ready, he will let us know. Flint, lead the way. Tyrell just bats his wing and all the fire goes out.
Yep. We will continue traveling on.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, did you want to ask Nico what happened, or?
I do, yes.
Okay. So then as we're traveling, I'm sure it was more just are you okay? And just calming him down.
Yes.
And even though I'm sure that was actually like an hour and a half to them, it was like 5 minutes to you all. So you didn't really have time to be like, okay, tell me what happened. It was more just trying to calm him down because he was
just
shaking.
Slow your breath along with me in. Count to 5 out.
Yeah. And Flint, I'm sure, was just standing there going, I probably shouldn't have gone to sleep. But that was me like 4 hours ago, so. But, yeah, so as we're walking, I'm sure you're further up, and Aymer is lagging behind, but it's not in the same brooding sort of sense right now. It's just needing time. And I'm sure if you want to ask Nico, you may ask him what happened.
Yes. Nico, you all right?
Yeah, that's nothing like that's really ever happened to me. He was
Oh, I've never seen him
Terrifying.
like that before.
terrifying.
He's small, but he's very mighty.
Very, very scary. The sounds he was making, it's just not, that's not, humans don't make those sounds.
No, I've only seen him somewhat like that once. He got very feral when we were fighting those dragons that I told you about.
Yeah, about Lila, yeah.
What did he ask you to do? I overheard to bring him back.
Well, he woke me up, and he was definitely very quick, and he didn't want
Oh, yes.
anybody to know that I was waking up, and he was very forceful, and when he brought me up to the front, he demanded that I bring his brother back. And I told him, at first I thought he was joking, but my laughter did not help. And then he said he was serious, and I told him that, one, I couldn't really do anything without asking Tyrell first, because I told Tyrell that I would, ask him first. And then when he said, well, I'm telling you to do it, I told him that if I did, that could change so much. And it would make probably the whole future worse. And that wasn't something that I should do. And then he said, okay, well, if you can't bring him back, then put me... Or if you can't bring him back, put me there before he dies so that he could help him or something. And I said, that's going to change even more things. And he didn't like those answers. So that's when he started getting loud and hissing and growling at me. And it was I've not seen a lot of things, but I've seen a lot of things. And that was physically, mortally, very terrifying.
Yes. Yes. Aymer has the biggest heart I've seen in anyone. He loves people so deeply. But that's also a bit of his problem. Is he has a real hard time letting them go. Of course, I love my sister, but growing up, loss was a daily experience.
I understand that to some extent. I mean, there were mages coming in and out, and you'd get close to one, and then they'd accidentally do something that upset one of the guards, and, well, he didn't ever come back, usually.
And I know that Aymer means well, and I've been very tempted to ask you sort of a similar favor, but I know that even in the bad, it's all part of the Maker's good. And so I've refrained. I do, however, have another favor to ask you, but I want to make sure that we have a private talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Just, if I say no, don't hiss at me, I guess. You know, if you can. I don't even think you're capable. Because he looked like an animal.
He is part fox.
Yeah, sometimes I forget about that until he looks like that. I guess I'll never forget. Now.
No, there are many things in life that just become a part of you. And
Yeah.
I'm proud of you for standing your ground.
Well, it was either he kill me or her Tyrell. So, you know. Yeah. I think they both hurt. I saw what Tyrell does. So it was either being torn to shreds by, you know, and he looks at where his cloak is torn from Aymer's nails. Or, you know, be blown to, you know, God's palace by the holy light coming down on me. So, you know, something was gonna kill me either way. So.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, and he just takes it, taking it in stride. But yeah. The weather is still very not ideal. It's drizzling rain now. It's still very, very cold. But did you need to do anything in particular, Tyrell?
Probably about halfway through the day, he'd come back down from his scout flying and sat down next to Aymer and just walk next to him for a little while. He'd reach into a pocket and pull out, just have something enclosed in his fist, and he would hold it over to Aymer and open up his hand. And in it would be a gold crucifix. Like just something to help center yourself.
Thanks. And he just takes it, puts it in his little
No,
in his belt.
Aymer.
Oh, you want me to hold it?
You hold it in your hand,
Oh. Okay.
and you move the beads through your hand to help take your mind off of anything else other than your prayer and the walking.
All right. Yep,
Then
do
he'll
that.
just...
Religion's not this guy's strong suit. He's struggling. But yeah, he does as you say, exactly as you'd said it.
Does he have his sword back yet?
Yeah, he has a sword on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
About to say, if that sucker's still in that church,
No.
we're about to do a whole nother summon, like, get here.
No. No, he is carrying it with him. It was off of him when he was talking to Nico. But it's on him. When he travels, it is on him. But, yep. So he does that. I would say, unless anybody wants to do anything in particular, I would say maybe 2 days from now. Aymer goes up to Nico, and he's still downtrodden, I guess is what you could say. And a little embarrassed, it would kind of seem. So, I know me harassing you wasn't... Well, it was crappy of me, so... Sorry. And I can, fix the tears on your coat if you want. Since, I kind of... And he just kind of gestures to it. Did that. And looking at it is not very fun for me, so... If you want me to fix that... And Nico's... When Aymer approaches Nico kind of flinches and is like, oh...
It's like an abused dog.
Yeah, he's like, it's fine. No, it's happens all the time. It's fine. I'm not everyday things, not big of a deal. Sure, yeah, if you want to fix it, and just hands it to him, shaking, drops it to him, and it's like, sure, go ahead, do whatever you want. It's fine, yeah. And you can tell, specifically Brok, you can tell Aymer does not like being treated that way. Not that he knows he deserves it. You can tell he's not disputing how Nico's feeling. He's just very remorseful about the way Nico is treating him now. But he takes the robes, just nods his head, gives another soft apology, and walks over to wherever you all are camping for the night and starts stitching up the little holes. Little holes. They were full-on tears, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
So that will be one night, unless anybody want to do anything in particular.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be... Well, this was 2 nights later.
Yep.
So probably the next night, I will approach Nico and kind of pull him off to the side. Nico, things between you and Aymer are going better.
Getting better. I don't flinch as much when he looks in my direction. I feel
Yes.
I feel bad, but he almost killed me. So yeah, consequences
Yes.
to actions, I guess.
He's taking that very hard.
I can tell.
I know it'll be hard for you, but just relax when he's around you. And I wanted to ask you about that favor.
Oh yeah.
So the Vampire Lord has chosen me to be something. And one night before my transformation, I got very mad and lost control and ended up biting Aymer. I doubt that's going to happen now. But seeing as the Vampire Lord still has his sights on me, and this is a very big ask, seeing as you're new to the group, if he should take me, I need you to kill me.
And Nico's just standing there, and he looks behind him. What?
Yes, I know. It's quite the ask, but I can't risk anything happening to you all, especially Aymer. And whatever the vampire has planned for me, if it puts a damper in his plans, I am all for it.
I think, Tyrell might kill me for doing that.
I believe I've asked Tyrell to do the same.
So
For him to kill me as well.
So I'm just a backup plan if Tyrell can't do it. Because he's supposed to... That makes me feel a little better, I guess. And obviously you can't ask Aymer.
Oh, no.
Oh. Brok, I don't...
And it's like you said, if you say no, it's okay.
I don't feel comfortable doing that. But if you think it's for the best, I trust your judgment.
Thank you, and by all means, mull it over. You don't have to decide now, of course.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll think about it.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for putting that on you, but...
I'm learning that the real world makes you do a lot of things that you didn't think you would do before.
I know all about that.
And sometimes they're bad decisions, but they're the best decision in the bad moments. Sometimes you can only pick the least of two evils, and if killing you is the least of the two evils, I would prefer to see you dead than to see you being used as a pawn. So... yeah, I guess I'll do it. I think about it that way.
Thank you.
I'm sure when the moment comes, I might change my mind, but right now...
That's okay. You just have to do what you think is best. You are in control of your life now.
Yeah.
And it's going to be scary. It's going to be hard. But
Yeah.
the point is that you don't let it consume you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Guess I'll sleep on that one too, huh? He just walks over to the fire with you and sits down.
Poor Nico.
I know. He's so young. But to be fair, Brok was really young when we first started too.
Mm-hmm.
Brok was even younger than Nico when we first started.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, yep. Did anybody else want to do anything?
Yep. Watch is going to be the same.
'Kay.
Tyrell, then Flint.
Yeah. Old man Jonas is kicking in.
Oh, do you need to go to the bathroom, Jonas?
So I do.
Okay. Then we shall take a momentary break.
Indeed. I'll be right back.
Cool.
What's that?
What is that?
You can tell that we're getting old.
Yeah,
'Cause I had to take a pee break in the middle of Thursday.
I yawn so much. I don't mean to. It's just because I talk so much.
Why does talking make you yawn?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know.
What it's the natural thing to do is to
I know.
talk.
Well, I think it's because I use so much air and I don't take enough in.
Do you not know how to breathe? Is that
No.
hair blonde underneath there?
No. And actually, I have red hair naturally, thank you.
Yes, I know, but still.
But, no, it's, you know, I expel so much that I don't take enough in. I guess I don't, but to be fair, I don't eat either. I just sometimes don't do things the way I should. I also don't sleep very well. I do think Aymer is the way he is. But I think it's because I talk.
How do women survive?
I'm not putting that on all women. Because not all women are like that, I'm sure.
Well, like, my wife
But your wife also has ADHD.
doesn't sleep,
Your wife also has ADHD. That's the reason why I
doesn't
don't do it.
really eat,
Your wife doesn't have ADHD. Or she does have ADHD.
doesn't drink water.
She has ADHD. Those are all my same issues. Nick came home yesterday and I had been all day without eating and it was 7:30. And he was like, "Why haven't you eaten?" And I was like, "That's a good question. I was busy."
Like, sometimes I look at her and I'm like, how have you survived this far? Like, how has your body survived this
It's in a quick dis downgrade now. I'm almost close to 30, my body's going down. But it's like, if you don't take in enough air while you're talking, then you yawn because your brain needs the oxygen. And so I talk a lot more than I apparently breathe. Now that only happens when I'm DMing. I don't do that regularly.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just talking so much and not breathing enough oxygen in. And look at Nico. He speaks 1,000 words a minute.
That's true.
Yep.
And so that's hard for me to do without yawning. So, as I yawn again.
Yep. It's the DM yawn.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
So, and I hate doing it because it ruins the moment, but also I'd rather do that than like sneeze or something every single time. But yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Jonas.
Thanks.
So,
Bladder expressed.
It is.
Do I have a nice fertilized lawn?
Nope. Nope, I keep a bottle in the trunk of my car
There's
just
grass.
in case.
hold on. There's so much happening. Are you serious?
Okay, I keep 2 bottles in my car for this very occasion.
It's like on the Joe Rogan Experience. They just pee into the empty beer bottles on stream.
No, I'm not that brazen. No, man. That's
It was
weird.
the way you nodded and went, nope. Anyway, I don't remember where we were at.
We finished up that night and
Cool.
On to
So-
the next morning.
Yeah.
yeah, can just continuing our way.
Yep. I would say
Running.
it's another 3-4 days. So that would be
yeah,
what,
I was
a
gonna say
total
we
of
could- we
almost
could
a week,
speed
a little
run.
over a week,
At this point, it would probably be like
week
a
and
week
a
and a
half.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was 2 days in, and it was a night in, and then 2 days after that. So that's 3 days, and then about 4 days after that would be about 6 days. I'm bad at math.
7.
7 days. Okay.
So it would be a week.
Yeah. So let me figure out where I was at. Oh yes, okay. So it's probably about that time that we're traveling, walking around, and you're up in the sky, kind of just doing an overview. Because I would feel about now, you feel a little bit more comfortable that you've put at least a week of travel behind you from, and Nico hasn't done any magic or anything. So I would think that by this time you're a little bit more comfortable. But every now and then you still go up and do a scout just in case. And Flint does travel ahead, so that does help as well. But it's probably while you're up doing your rounds, just looking around and everything, that you get a little hollyphant that comes back to you. Or comes to you, not back to you.
Hollyphant.
This is a hollyphant you did not send out.
I was about to say, I don't remember sending any more out.
But you did give them away, so they do come back to you.
Oh, I did
Yes.
give one to somebody.
Yeah.
To
Actually, I am
Isolde.
waiting on a response.
Yep.
Oh, you are waiting on a
Yeah,
response.
because you sent
That's
one out, but
to Tanya.
but
No, it was
It's
to
all-
Uriah.
Oh, yeah, to
Uriah.
Uriah,
Ooh,
that's
I
what
forgot
it
about that
was.
one.
Yeah.
Well, you're not getting that one back this session because I forgot about that. I literally listened to it last night and was like, oh yeah, about that, but I absolutely forgot to make a note about that.
No,
So you're not getting that one back this session.
I left an emergency one with Isolde.
What was the one that you said to us all?
No, I had.
He left
Yes,
one.
yes,
left
for
one.
emergencies. I was about to say, I didn't think
Yeah.
you sent one. Yes,
No, no.
that came back to you with a message from Isolde.
Uh-oh.
You're like, oh no.
Yep.
Yes.
So, the holly font whoop, pops up right in front of you as you're flying about and tells you where did I put that note? I will kill someone.
DM notes. DM notes from ADHD
Notes.
DM.
This is wild.
The notes are somewhere in my binder. I know I've lost them too.
Nicholas, what did you do with the notes?
I know,
Did you
I wrote
eat them,
that.
Nick?
What?
Did you eat them?
Oh, okay. Found it. Anyway, so you get the holly font back, and it tells you that Isolde was visited by Arthur after his nomination as a celebration to himself. Yep. But she's keeping up her appearances as was told to her, because this is just how she survives at the moment. But she was visited by Arthur in celebration of his nomination, and he apparently stayed for a day or two. And amongst his staying, he shared a little bit more with her than he usually does. She said that it was probably because of his elation to be nominated, that everything's going
So well.
so well for him. And he explains that he will absolutely be taking the nomination, that he was honored to have been given the nomination, and that he was sad to see such a good man like, Gunnar to go, but he wasn't getting things done like they needed to be done. So, he will be making changes as soon as he's Viscount, of course. And one of the first changes he will be making known is that Aymer is an enemy to the nation, because he is the leader, or a very high-ranking member in the Snapdragon Syndicate, which were seen assassinating the Viscount. Therefore, leading Aymer, and anyone associated to Aymer, or seen traveling alongside Aymer, an enemy of Indigo North. It is a long silence for a lot to be taken in about that.
Tyrell knows what he wants to do, but isn't quite sure how that's going to go into going to the Underdark.
There wasn't much else to say past that. She wanted to give you unless you visit her and go over the whole account, that's all she could really get in for a message. Was the most important parts And those were the most important parts. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrol will send the holly font back to her. No message, just send
Just
it
to have
back to her.
yeah.
And he will come back down next to Flint. You do know where you're going, right? Yes.
I can do it if you want.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can do this one. Since I don't know.
You're going to have questions, I'm
I'm
sure.
going to have questions.
Okay.
And how far away are we?
Well, and he looks back at the sluggish ones. With the way we're traveling, probably the whole 4 weeks. And that's if I can find that entrance. I was told by rumor, though, that it has an outcropping of flowers, the ones you all have been looking for. So, it might give itself away.
All right.
Why?
If I'm not back by the time you get there,
Where are you
continue
going?
on. There's a bigger issue I need to deal with, one that should not be shared. But just know that if Arthur takes the throne of the Viscount, Aymer and everybody in his party is an enemy of the state.
Why?
Because we're the ones investigating something that he helped orchestrate.
From my listenings, this has been a plan of his for a while. So I'm sure it being thwarted would be very upsetting to him.
Yes. So,
And his son, I'm sure, being the one to do it. It's not any better.
no. So they're about to have a lot of questions. And I'm sorry. And then he will...
Whoa.
And he just looks back at everybody who's looking up. Where's he going?
Flint, what happened? Tyrell!
Tyrell! And Nico's like, is he supposed to be leaving us? And he's...
Tyrell, or sorry, Nico, remember what I said before?
Yeah, but he's like,
Yep.
you know, the one protecting me?
Yes, that's just what Tyrell does.
And you can play Flint now, pretty much.
Um,
So, where is he going?
He didn't get to that part. He just said if he's not back, we continue on.
Tyrell. Huh. All right.
Okay.
Fine. This is fine.
In a week? Okay. Oh. Okay, and Aymer's like, I don't think that's very good, but alright. Suppose it's fine. Alright, I guess we just keep going.
Yes, we still, from the calculations, I think we still have quite a long ways to go. Nico, I'm afraid to do this, but you're going to need to pick up the pace a little bit. I know you're new to all this, but...
Okay, I'll try. I just can't feel my thighs, but that's alright.
Nico, if you ignore it, it goes away. But Brok is right. We do need to pick up the pace. It's a little more important now.
Then my thighs, right? Gotcha. Okay.
Well, we might be able to pick up the pace a little bit. Aymer,
Yeah.
are you okay to do your dimension door?
And you can tell he looks tired, but not in the same way like usually he's tired, like as if he hasn't slept in a few days. This is like a different kind of all over sluggishness.
If you're feeling all right, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just
You look exhausted and
feel...
Oh yeah, Brok comes up to him. It's like doing the forehead check.
Yeah, he doesn't feel warm. He feels a little cold, really.
Who doesn't out here?
Right. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't feel warm or anything like he has a fever. He just... It looks like there's like a sheen like on his face that's gone. You know, it usually glows. He's very vibrant and stuff. It doesn't look much like that right now. I just kind of feel like, you know, it's not as in tune or something. It's weird. I don't know. I just feel weird. But I can try.
I don't want you to push yourself then.
Well, I mean, we kind of need to push ourselves, right? So...
We do.
So, I mean, I can try.
And honestly, if we can find this entrance, it probably feels a lot better in the Underdark than it does out here.
Probably. Can try, yeah. So, as we're walking, he's trying to get it up, and he's trying. It looks like it tires him out. He's like... Ugh. Alright. And Nico leans over to you while Aymer is doing that, and he's like, I mean, I've seen him when he's, you know, a lot better than this. His magic is looking kind of funny. Like, you know, dim or something.
Oh, no. Well, it would appear that Baldur is probably deceased.
What? Oh, right. Oh, right. Maybe we don't tell him that. Maybe we just,
No.
keep moving on. Don't keep to ourselves for now.
For now, yes. I don't like it, but for now. Good try, Aymer. Yes, don't worry about it. We'll do just fine on foot. We've made it this far, and yes, it's good that we stay tip-top shape.
I mean, does anybody else feel like, you know, their muscles are stiff or something? I just feel, I don't know, heavier.
Oh, this cold is quite biting.
It is pretty bad, but I don't
even
know, it
this-
feels deeper than that. Like, my bones are heavier or something. It's so...
Oh,
The muscle feels tight. I don't know. Just feels stiff. Like I'm wading through water or something. And I mean, I've dealt with difficult terrain like this, but like, this is different. I don't know. I don't feel too good. Nico's like, and just turns around, avoids looking at him because he has no poker face.
no. Yeah.
So he's turning around. He's not having a conversation.
well, let's just continue on as far as we can, and when you need a break, let us know.
All right. Okay, so then we will keep going, and I would say about not that night, but the next night, Aymer comes up to you and is like, he still looks very, he's just off. You can just tell he's off. He comes up to you and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Brok, with everything going on, I absolutely forgot, but, you wanted me to try to scry for Tanya, right?
Yes, but don't worry yourself over it.
It's all right. I need to keep my mind off of everything else anyway. So, and he puts his hand out and insistently for the fool's gold. Just to get my mind off of it, you know. And
Yes.
of course, he has the little necklace that he uses as well for scrying. Takes it off. He's holding that in his hand, and he's holding the fool's gold in his hand. and he will start trying to scry. And you can tell that there's, his eyes glaze over the purple wisteria color that they usually do when he casts magic. And so looks like he's doing it. I mean, by what you know. But will Flint take watch?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'm sure he's trying to show Nico how to take watch, since Nico's like, what are you doing? What do you do when you do that, huh?
So, you stand here for a little while, and then you circle to another spot and look out for anything. Then you go to another spot and you look out for anything. And if you hear anything weird and determine it to be a threat, you wake everybody else.
Seems straightforward, I guess.
The hardest part is staying awake.
Yeah, I would believe that, yeah.
Yes.
But, I would say 45 minutes of Aymer doing whatever he's doing. He's sitting near you. Not super close, but just near you enough around the fire. And, make an insight check for me, the both of you, for Flint. And you just... Do you have Flint's sheet?
I still have Flint's sheet.
Cool. Yeah,
It's definitely still on the same level and stats as...
That's alright. This isn't a super big one.
Flint Astadamane. What is your insight? Oh, look at that. Doesn't matter. It's a +0.
It's a really funny.
So it's a 10.
Hey, that's really honestly not too bad for a roll.
Nice.
What'd you get?
19.
Okay. So I would say that you would have a little bit more priviness to it since you're standing next to him. He kind of gets like a weird chill down his back. Like you can tell he like kind of not flinches, but you know how you kind of shiver. And then he looks over at Aymer, and like it's as he's looking over at Aymer that Aymer starts screaming-ish. Weird, like deep fear, and his necklace, the jewel in it, shatters, and he's not blown backwards, but he just it knocks him, like something's hit him in the head, and he falls backward, and he's like dead behind the eyes,
Aymer?
like wide-eyed stare, and Nico's like, oh, no.
Help! Flint, Nico.
Did you feel that?
Yes, but I think this is more of your realm.
Oh. I mean, it's not really. It's just magic, and the feeling was gone. That was... Oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. And he just walks over and, like, is looking at Aymer. Oh.
Check for pulse.
And he's like, kind of tapping his fingers together. I'm sure you're checking for pulse and heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
He's...
Is he breathing?
Yeah, he's alive. Just...
Knocked out.
Yeah, dead behind the eyes. You know how like in anime where the little light goes out of their eyes and it's just the pupil? Yeah, it's like that. Just open eyes, dead behind the eyes. It's like, oh. Yeah, so remember Balder? Yeah, I felt that loss. That was, oh man, it's like magic changed completely. Oh boy.
It's as I feared.
Oh boy. That's pretty crazy.
Aymer, come back to me.
Oh.
Listen
Wow.
to my voice.
So...
Find your way. Please.
I'm surprised he's not dead. That when he was in the midst of it when... Oh! Did you slap him?
Yep.
Wow. Because, yeah, he was full-blown freaking out. Like pacing back and forth. Like, trying to figure it all out. Like, yeah, so... How tall is Flint?
I want to say 5'8", 5'9".
Okay, because that's, I mean...
That sounds familiar.
Wow, Nico. That name blew out of my brain. Nico's about 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, 5'8".
Yeah, that's about how tall Nico is. Nico's a pretty short guy. But yeah, so I'm sure you just grab him by like the front of his coat and smack him, and he's like,
Calm down.
okay.
Water skin.
I don't have one of those.
To waste my own water on this. He goes over to Aymer.
And you pour it on his...
On his head.
Okay. When you pour it out and it lands on his face, no reaction. I mean, his eyes don't even close. You close his eyes?
Yep.
Okay.
That's going to be real bad whenever he comes to.
Yeah, it's gonna be real dry.
Yeah.
And Tyrol's gone. So
Yes. He gave a emergency holophant to me.
that's perfect. That's great.
And I'll go over and look through my stuff. And Holophant.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're so cute.
Find Tyrol. Bring him back. It's an emergency. Aymer's gone catatonic, and Balder's most likely dead.
Right up the tubing system. Yeah. I imagine. I love the imagery of that. It just gets me every time. Yeah, so we will cut from that. What are you doing? And where are you going? This was not what I expected at all. I have
Sutaloon.
Nothing planned for this.
Isn't that where Isolde is?
Yep.
Yep.
I have nothing planned for this.
Yep. He is beelining straight to Isolde.
Okay. You fly pretty fast when you want to, but it only lasts for so long. But I'm sure, how are you doing it? What are you doing? So you're flying because you can only fly for so long. What are you doing to get there expediently?
Flying
'Kay.
as fast as he possibly can until he almost falls out of the sky.
And what do you do at that point?
At that point,
Yes.
he walks for about 2 hours,
'Kay.
sits down, meditates and prays for 2 hours, gets back up, walks for 2 hours. Whenever he feels a little bit of energy, he flies again.
So it's gonna...
And he keeps on doing that.
Dang.
Yikes.
Yep. Roll me D20.
Straight D20.
Yep. With advantage. Not advantage. With advantage and add your religion.
Ooh.
Oh, I have to check that. I know what that is by heart. $24.
I'm so happy you actually rolled well. Because it's probably about the second, third time that you do that where you stop and you're walking and you're about to take off again. That you hear, because you're probably in the middle of nowhere right now.
Oh, yeah.
You hear...
I'm somewhere-ish.
Yeah. You're probably in the middle of nowhere, just traveling as fast as you can, and you hear this familiar sound of a creature nearby. And when you look over, there's this magnificent warhorse. Just absolutely beautiful. Completely white, is like adorned with like the reins are gold, and this thing is beautiful, and it's huge. And you just know deep down, this is for you. Because it just kind of flip-clops near you, and...
Oh my god, it's like a paladin getting his Pegasus.
Yep.
But I'm a cleric.
Or Aragorn getting, his horse. Or Gandalf getting Shadowfax.
Riding like the wind.
Yep. So, yep. It is yours, and you can book it. Yeah. It is not a Pegasus, it's just a horse, but, yes. So you cannot fly
I'm not
with
a
this.
paladin.
No.
I don't get a Pegasus.
No. But you do get a giant, magnificent maker warhorse.
Yes.
So, yep. And it will travel for as long as you push it.
Oh, we're pushing it.
And it will travel expediently. So what would be, I don't know, how far away are you guys? Can you show me where? Okay, so there you were
here. We're
yeah,
probably
about there. Yeah, ish.
And
So
then-
you're getting bloop right through there. So what would probably take you about 2 weeks? Can be shortened down to how fast that horse travels? About 5 days.
Dang.
We're just going.
With no stop. Like, 5 days, no stop.
Yep, we're just going.
And that horse is fast.
We are sustaining on prayer and divine holiness.
Fasting. You are literally, what, Lord, it's like a faith and a prayer or something like that is what my mom said every time I forgot to get gas in my car. Driving on faith and a prayer or something like that.
Nice.
Yep.
So,
We're
yeah.
running on faith and a prayer.
Yep. So, yeah, you will get there in about 5-ish days, which would put us, because if he's traveling there about 5 days, that would put us have traveling without him for 5 days.
Yes.
Well, 2 days and then
So 7 days. So a week. We're a week without him.
are they just dragging Aymer?
They.
I
We will
can-
figure that out.
I can carry him well
Yeah,
enough.
he's pretty light. Yeah. I say.
Flint
Has it
can
just
help.
been me or have the lights been flickering? They
They've-
flickered a few times, right?
They flicker every time the AC turns on for the house.
Oh,
Because the house flickers too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't noticed it other than today. That's the reason why I asked.
No,
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
it's done it
Yeah, I've
every
seen
time.
it before.
Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway.
Patrick.
Oh, I'm very out of frame.
Oh no! That's one thing that I will be happy about, having the long screens back again. It won't be nearly as an
Yes.
issue.
Sorry, I've just been getting comfy as you all
No,
have been
yeah.
talking,
No,
observing.
yeah, you're good. You're good.
But so yeah, once you're in the capital near the her manor or mansion, what are you doing?
We're
You
gonna-
notice that there's a lot of guards around than there were before, and there are more than just her normal guards. There are also Artiarnan guards stationed there in the capital, and then there's also a battalion, small enough, but also big enough, battalion of fighters and paladins of Odin. And it looks more militant. Not a lot, not enough to upset people, or, it's not like martial law or anything, but you can tell just based on the last time you all came that it is less casual. So when you pull up, you have to maneuver
Yeah.
correctly.
Kind of get off the horse, lead the horse, going through the city.
You
Or
would
go
know.
up to the gate.
You would know and feel comfortable enough that you could tie the horse out in the forest somewhere nearby,
Oh, yeah.
and it will take care of itself, and you
Yeah.
can call it back at any point.
Yep. But we'll leave it there, and we'll stow the wings, and we'll just walk up to the gate.
Okay.
No armor showing, no hammer, no nothing.
And there are 2 guards outside. It's her guards that are directly outside the gates, and they notice you. They recognize you, and once it looks as if they are hesitant to say anything to you because they do know you, but also they know you, so they know who you were with. Sorry, but we have to stop people, especially people that we know have been traveling with other people that we know.
No, I understand that.
What are you here for?
I need to speak with her.
I don't know if we can let you do that, pal.
Can you at least tell her that I'm out here?
Roll me a persuasion check or an intimidation check. One of the two, whichever one you want to do. Because they're looking between each other and looking at you, trying to discern.
Start with persuasion.
Okay. Jonas, look away.
Oh, sorry.
It's a natural 19 plus 8.
Hey, that's not bad. Good job.
So is that 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27?
Yeah, that's pretty
It's a
good.
27.
That's really high for
That's-
Tyrell,
yeah.
honestly.
Tyrell just standing there acting chill,
Tyrell
being
has a
like,
plus 8 in his charisma,
for persuasion.
but that's charisma.
Yeah.
Huh. I would not have thought that. Anyway. But, yeah, so they look back between each other, and then they look at you. All right. But you gotta,
go hide in the woods.
Keep it quiet. You're gonna get us.
No, why do you think everything is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
No, I'll go back into the woods.
Just go that way. Go in.
Okay.
You can go in.
Oh.
Yeah, go
oh,
in.
Thank you.
As you start to walk away, they're like, no, idiot, this way. Go inside.
He'll just whoop.
But you go inside. Do you knock on the door or do you just go inside?
Knock on the door.
Okay. And of course there's a maid and she's like, and she just like looks out at the guards, like expecting them to be gone, because how did you get in?
Yeah.
And one just looks back and gives it like a secret thumbs up. She's like, okay, and lets you in and shuts the door. I guess you're here to see the lady of the house.
Yes, I am.
All right, come with me. She takes you upstairs and takes you to a place you haven't been before. And when it's two really large, nice wooden doors, and when she opens them, it's a really nice, beautiful, large study. And she lets you in and closes the doors behind you, and Isolde is in there. And you've not seen her look this casual before. She's wearing very casual dresses, hair's up, out of the way, and she looks like she's been preparing for things. Like, books are everywhere, and she looks like she's trying to get things done. Like, she's preparing something. And she sees you, and she's like, I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Divine intervention is a wonderful thing.
Clearly. So what are you here for?
Where exactly is he?
Who? Arthur?
Yes.
Well, he's not here. He went back to the capital.
All right, then.
He only stayed here for a day or two, and then that's when I sent the message to you.
The circle is here?
Mm-hmm. They've been occupying this land for a few days now.
Why are they occupying?
Because they know who Aymer travels with.
Ah, so they're here for me.
Well, Aymer and you and Brok. And anyone else who might travel with you.
Oh, yes. And a Dunamancy wizard.
So I heard.
Yes.
So they're occupying land in places that they know that you all have been at some point. And of course, since I'm so beloved by Arthur, he made sure to put more than just one battalion here.
I can see that.
And also the lovely assistance of the Ardenian guards.
Yes.
So,
but other than that, you're fine.
yes, I'm fine. He's
And-
not going to do anything to me.
Who is he traveling with?
Just the normal guards. His wife never travels with him. She stays at home, and their daughter stays with her.
No Circle of Odin or
Oh,
anything
yes.
traveling with him?
Of course.
How many?
As far as I remember, there were 2 in the cabin with him, and then there was one sitting next to the carriage driver, and then there was a 6-man squad behind and a 6-man squad in front.
How many clerics?
I don't remember. 3 or 4? I believe 4.
And how long would it take them to get back to the capital?
Well, it depends on if he's just going to the train or if he's traveling by carriage the whole time. I would think that he would take the train, though. It's a lot quicker, so... Of course, a couple of days? Maybe? You're not possibly thinking about doing this by yourself, are you?
Everybody else has to take care of the flowers.
And they kind of need you to help with that, don't you think?
It would be a lot worse if they come out and the entire continent is trying to kill them.
Well, I don't think you killing Arthur is going to help with that, though.
No, but they won't see me killing Arthur.
Who who will they see killing Arthur then? Because I'm sure someone's going to see it.
No, somebody will see something killing Arthur.
Okay. So, what's your plan then?
To go kill Arthur.
Huh. Okay. And you're not thinking about how this might have repercussions on the rest of Indigo North?
The repercussions on Indigo North are for the next Viscount.
Which is...
Whoever the people choose. That's not a madman.
Well... Okay. If you're going to do it, I know I can't stop you. Good luck, I guess. I don't really have anything else to say.
No, it'd be nice if you had, somebody to secretly teleport me to Artiarna. Be nice.
I might be able to do something. Follow me.
Oh, I was joking about that, but...
Yeah, and she's already walking away to the door, just ignoring your, oh, I was joking. She's literally already, follow me.
Okay.
And she takes you down the hallway, down the stairs in the foyer, and then she takes you around the back of the stairs. And there's a door that she opens that doesn't look like a normal door. She opens it, goes down the stairs, and she brings you to this carved out in stone area that looks like she's been prepping stuff since you all last talked. Like there's an altar to the maker, there's her book there that's open, there's like like a symbol to the maker kind of on the wall, there's candles everywhere. I mean, this place is really nice. Like she's been prepping, she's been doing her stuff.
A devout follower.
Yeah, and she walks up to the altar where her book is open, and she starts speaking in Celestial as you know it to be. But as she's doing it, she does hand movements with it that you don't do. Like Dr. Fate sort of hand movements. Like symbols and stuff that
We're
you
doing
don't
some
do.
ninjutsu.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
weird Dr. Fate. You know how Dr. Fate does all that weird? That's what she does. And it has like a golden glow with it when she does it, like lines. And when she does it, it's like it materializes on her this white gold and armor that is like a chest piece and maybe some bracers, but the rest is like a nun's dressings, but all white like yours. And she looks back at you and she's like, step forward for me. And you just step forward and she does this motion. I've been practicing. And this teleportation circle that's just like a golden halo appears beneath you, just in your size. She's like, I can't exactly tell you where it's going to take you, because this is the first time I'm actually sending someone, but good luck. And she just shifts it up, and it covers you, and you're gone.
This was a mistake. This was a mistake.
So you're going to Artiarna, is that where you're going?
Yeah.
Where you wanted to go?
Specifically, I wanted to go to the Allmothers. But I guess just wherever it sends me in Artiarna is where I'm going.
Yep, she sent you predetermined knowledge. So you want to go to the Allmothers? Is that where you're going?
Preferably, yes.
So, okay, where exactly did you want to appear?
In the council chamber,
In the council chamber?
where
with
the elders normally talk to me.
Okay. And yeah, it descends down from around you, and so it materializes from your head to your feet. And you're just standing there, and the White Council is there. They're in their seats, and they're looking at you. Obviously, you can see their actual form, and the main one's like, I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
I didn't expect you all to just always be here.
We are never sleeping, says one of the
No,
female
but
dragons.
oof. I know not the time. But are you always in the seats?
We have nowhere else to be.
Oh.
We are appointed messengers and leaders.
Yes. I need advice on something potentially stupid that I plan on doing, but
And what
also
is that?
necessary. You know my group's job that we are supposed to be doing.
Yes, we know.
They are extremely close to the final league of that.
Good for them.
Yes, but there's another problem.
And then one of the other ones speak up. Arthur.
Yes, because by the time we come back out of where we go to take care of these flowers, we will all be the number one enemy of this continent.
And one of the other ones speaks up. And you want us to do something about that?
Look, the All-Mother is one of the only gods besides Hela that is still under the Maker's good graces. I would not ask you all to do anything, but what I am asking is, how bad will it be if I do or do not do what I am thinking?
If you act how you're wanting to act, it will send shockwaves. The people need a strong leader, and they need that strong leader now. And if you kill him, in the meantime, who is to take over until someone else rises up?
What if I just scare him a little?
You may try. He's not afraid of us.
Does he even know what you all are?
No one does. But even we still hold a lot of power. Especially in his capital now.
If I leave him be, can you hold the worst of him back?
We can mitigate it. We will have to.
Can you mitigate it long enough for us to come back and put somebody trustworthy in the throne?
We can try.
And if you can't, what will you do?
Our best. And then the other one speaks up. You're going to have to trust us. As we trust whoever you appoint to take his position.
Are you fine with his son?
And one of the other ones like, I do really love him. And the other guy, the one that said Arthur's like, oh, his son.
If it makes you feel any better, I would be an advisor.
We will have to see the efficacy of his son once you return.
I can tell you his son is not the same as he was the last you saw.
For better or worse.
Some days are better, other days he struggles.
At least you're honest.
No, if you don't mind, before I leave, there is some housekeeping here I would like to take care of.
What?
Want to destroy that stupid teleportation ring.
Oh, okay.
I want to go down there. I want to make it go away.
Okay. What are you looking to do?
The teleportation circles to no longer be for Odin, but for the Maker's people.
That's a big ask.
It is a big ask, but also I can't just have them popping a whole army into this city while we try to insert Aymer. Because unfortunately, if that's where they're spewing from, this building will be collateral damage. As much as I would like to reclaim all of my old churches, there's no reason to displace this, as you all actually do your jobs.
I will have you know that there have already been many Circle of Odin that have come through that circle. And if you destroy it now, we may not know the repercussions.
So you're saying deal with an army instead?
I'm telling you to do as you wish, but know that there might be quicker repercussions if they're not able to get here. They might know why. And we might have an all-out war on our hands. You understand how the Circle of Odin is almost better than some of us. But by all means, if you wish to destroy the circle, you may have at it. Who are we to stop you? But we are knowledgeable creatures, and I believe that our word is at least to be granted. Listen.
And with that, Tyrell just goes
Through the roof?
through the roof.
This
This
man doesn't know
guy.
how to use a door.
Nope. He just goes up through the roof.
And you just hear the same woman go, I like him. But yeah.
Me too, lady.
Yep.
Me too.
Through the roof, calls for the horse, and makes his way.
You going back? Where you going?
I'm going back to our people.
Okay.
If I see a wayward train, I may just,
Hop
blast
on
the
it.
tracks
Oh,
in front of it.
that's really funny. Well, you making any stops to your girlfriend? Because you're having to go that way. Yeah, you
Maybe
got
a
long way.
nice flyby.
Hi!
Yeah.
But, yep. that's
Hi, I
gonna-
love you, bye.
Yeah, that's gonna... Eek, it's gonna take you a while.
Yeah.
I called my horse to come meet me wherever it can.
Yep, it does. It does appear to you. Like,
Oh, it just appears.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, literally like Shadowfax. It just comes out of whatever nearby
Yeah,
forest.
seemingly out of nowhere.
It spawns in.
It's just like, oh crap.
Yeah, it's like when you whistle for the horse in Inquisition, and then if you
It's
look
just-
in the exact, if you look behind you, it literally pops in because it always comes from behind you, unless you look at it and then it pops in, and then all of your friends go into dust because they can't ride horses.
They can't.
So it's just you, and suddenly all the people disappear. But yeah, it just appears beside you, and you're able to book it.
Yep.
And again, it will keep going until literally you tell it to stop. So,
We'll probably stop twice.
okay.
And once we'll be at Delilah's.
Okay.
Just to stop in and be like, we're
Hey,
all
lot going
alive.
on. Can't stay. Love you. Just want to make sure you're okay. Okay, bye.
You good? Yep.
Be praying to the maker.
And also, I'm going to crash right here, right now.
Don't talk to me. I'm going to transfer 4 hours. Your mother-in-law looking at you like, deadbeat. Bringing me back to life and then leaving my daughter. And then crashing on our couch for 4 hours and then leaving.
By the way, I want cookies and a red up.
Delilah does make sure you have food to take with you, even though you don't eat that much. And by the time you get to the group, it'll be gone and
will.
spoiled. You just have to not tell them that you had cookies.
Or stop there, period.
Or that too.
Yep.
I'm sure Brok could smell her cookies on your breath even 3 weeks from now.
Yep.
Probably.
Because those are his favorite.
Probably.
But with where they're at, so I'm going to get up and...
Oh, yeah, by
I'm
the way,
getting up from the table.
I don't care about bypassing Drokar.
Okay.
I will go straight through Drokar.
Understandably. So, because you were here.
Yep.
Yes, at the Capitol, going along.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, boy. That's a long way
That's
away.
a long
It's
way.
a long way away.
And that ain't by train.
Nope.
By train.
So we were about here when you went here.
Yep.
Yes.
And then you... So that was 4 days, I said? So 5 days. So we would have been like maybe, right?
Yes,
Like, just to say-
Courtney is plotting out time frames.
Yeah, because
Yes.
it just depends on where we're at.
Yes.
Because Tyrol went on a major excursion.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was literally
did.
Gandalfing when we were in Rohan.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then you were
Yep.
in a matter of seconds to here. So we wouldn't have moved much, obviously. So now, with that talk you had, it was probably maybe 45 minutes to an hour. You're traveling on your horse, which made this week journey 5 days. Or week and a half, 2 week journey, 5 days. Oh boy, howdy, dude. Honestly, you're probably
5, 10, 15,
Yep.
20.
Yeah,
It's gonna be like a month
Yeah.
plus.
that's what I'm thinking. So, you're gonna have to figure something else out. Because they're gonna be there by the time you get...
They're going to be there and out by
Yeah.
the time I get there.
Before you even get to Lofesk, they're gonna have been there. So, you're gonna have to do some other kind of divine intervention if you want it. You're more than welcome to ask the Maker for whatever, obviously. He knows, what you need to be doing. But,
All right, so whenever we bust out of the ceiling,
Oh.
we're going to rewind a little bit.
okay, retconning some.
We're going to bust out of the ceiling.
Also, Brok, your girlfriend's cool. She's cool now.
Yeah, she's cool now.
I knew.
Impromptu. Very cool now. He'll do and come back down
Okay,
over the spot where he knows the teleportation circle is underground.
okay.
And he'll suit up the armor. Then he'll put his hand out. And he will freaking guiding bolt that ground.
Ooh, he could.
Whoa.
You could kill yourself right now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're guiding bolting the ground because you want to do what?
Reach it.
You want to reach the teleportation circle.
Yes.
Are you trying to destroy the teleportation circle? No. You're trying to get to it through the ground.
Yes.
Okay. So
He's a little pissed off right now.
understandably, there's a lot going on.
Okay.
What are you trying to do? Because when you're going to that teleportation circle, you know it's going to take you to Jupiter.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to pray real hard.
Okay. You want to pray real
pray.
hard that it does what?
real hard.
That it does what?
That it takes me to the last spot I knew my friends were.
Okay. Interesting. Can you roll me a d20 with advantage? Because I mean, the Maker knows what's happening, and you are one of his people. So roll me a d20 with advantage, and you can add your religion. You're lucky that you're as tight with the Maker as you are.
And then
Because this is a lot.
I would also like to use all of my channel divinity spell slots, which is 2,
Okay.
to put into this.
Okay.
'Cause
And
it,
what, again, just to refresh my memory, what do those do? Because we don't use those very often.
you can channel divine energy to fuel magical effects a number of times per short rest.
Okay.
There is some things to that I can specifically use it for, like guided strike, destroy undead.
Are you
and
just
divine
using it
strike. I'm just trying to use it to fuel.
to answer your prayer?
Yes.
You can roll another d20 for me and add your religion. Jonas, you're going to have to leave the building.
It looks like the max is an 18.
Even with your
Yeah, the
added-
best I rolled out of all 3 of those was a 10.
Oof. So you fly up and then you immediately swan dive right back down.
Yep.
The entire time I'm imagining infuriated Tyrol fervently praying. Guiding bolt absolutely blows a hole through the ground directly above the circle, the teleportation circle. And there are people nearby who see you come up and then go down, and they're like, what is happening? What's going on? And there's a few guards passing by, and I'm sure there's like a circle of Odin, a couple of guys walking around, and they're like, hey! Like, they recognize you, but you're two in it. You blow a hole in the ground, you keep flying towards that circle, and as you're praying, the circle starts to, instead of glowing like a golden light like it does for the Circle of Odin, it starts to glow a white light. And it's like the sigil that's on it, that's usually the White Council of the All-Mothers sigil. It is instead morphing into the symbol of the Maker as you're praying. And it's like it's molding the ground around it because it's inlaying in the ground. Yep. And you hear a voice in the back of your mind that's like, you're lucky he cares about you. And then
I was about to say, and then I just smack my head into the concrete.
And just a Tyrol-sized smush on the floor.
Splatter.
No, it lights up and it's a white light. And so you can go right through it. And you pop out of the sky, and you come crashing down onto ground. But your friends aren't anywhere to be seen. You do know in the general area this looks familiar.
Yep.
But
and then
your
we
friends are
will
not there.
Divine Horse.
Yep.
Holy Font. Take me to Flint.
Yep. So
Poof.
you can. It takes you, because we at that point will be past those hills. A little bit, yeah, like the in between those. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. So it will take you about 2 days to get to us now.
Mm-hmm. I have something too that.
Yeah. In the meantime, now that he's done, what are we doing?
Freaking out.
Yes.
Yeah, because I imagine immediately after you, Nico's like, okay, well, all right, so this is crazy and everything, but we should probably get going. Like, we gotta go.
Yes, I have an idea, and I can do it on the way. I got him.
Okay. Okay, we should go.
yes.
We should go. We should go.
We get our stuff. I get Aymer. As we are moving, I will cry out, because it's the first name that came to mind. Amriel! Amriel, I need your help! Please!
Amriel's probably somewhere like,
Yeah, he's like, what's that sound? What's that? Does anybody else hear a fly? Like, what's that buzzing sound?
Is that a bee?
Yeah. Oh, God, it got on me. Like, yeah. You don't get anything for a hot minute, and you think, oh, it's not. And Nico's like, I don't know who you're yelling for, but I don't think he's coming. Okay, I don't think he's coming.
If you can't hear me, someone, Maker, send
There's
someone.
a fire lightning that comes down and it blows up the ground in front of you.
Ugh.
oh, Nico's probably like, Nico and Flint. I know Flint's like, what the?
Yep, Flint has jumped out of the way into a ditch like, I'm letting these guys die. It is not my job. I've done enough so far. Nico's standing there in full glory like, whoa, that's crazy. And when the lightning strikes back up, the fire lightning strikes back up, the ground is not scorched. And there stands Amriel. A few feet away. Why do you keep yelling at me?
Tyrol's gone. I need help. It's beyond us. We don't know what happened. Can you help Aymer at all? Please.
Nico's just standing there staring at this 9-foot creature, like, in awe.
That just appeared.
Yeah, and just
From a streak of
speaking
lightning.
to Brok like he knows him. And Amriel walks up. Real, of course, I wouldn't say leisurely, just casually, as he
Yes,
does.
yes.
Nothing about Amriel is casual, but he's not in a rush. He's not
No,
panicking
yes,
like
I
you
totally
are.
understand.
And he walks up. He's fine. I don't understand why you're screaming.
He's not. I know that he's alive, but he's gone. He's unresponsive.
You have little faith. And he picks him up. And he's holding him out, and it's like he's holding him, but he's not touching him. It's like he's floating
Yes.
in his hands. And Aymer looks so small. He looks
Oh,
like
I
a
bet he
child
does.
in
Oh
the
my
arms of
gosh.
this giant creature. And Amriel just lifts his hand up, and his hand starts glowing like a golden white color. And he's like, you cry and scream over things you know nothing about, and you have no trust. And he just taps his finger right to Aymer's forehead, and Aymer's body glows this weird, shining color. And then he just gives him back to you. And it's within seconds that Aymer, like, comes back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can I go now?
Of course, of course. Thank you, sincerely.
It's not me. It's the Mako. And he just steps back, and the lightning goes, and takes him right back up. And Nico's like, what?
Oh, yeah,
What?
yes,
What?
that was
What?
Amriel. He's actually very nice. I'll fill you in later.
And Flint pokes his head out from the ditch that he jumped in.
Flint comes back up, walks next to Nico. What is going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's, what was that?
Aymer.
And
Was that a god?
Aymer's starting to come back.
And yeah, kind of like crouch down, kind of have him on the floor now, kind of holding him.
And he looks like he's looking around at the earth. Well, at the how does that word get described? How do you describe Earth, a planet, when it's not Earth? You know what I mean?
The landscape.
It's not the same. Doesn't feel like it describes my word. Because you can't say he looks around at the Sea of Vanna. Because it's not the same. Earth is like a noun and a place.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, and it makes sense.
But
yeah.
anyway, he looks around and he looks saddened. He's like, oh, it's all so dull now. And then he looks at you and he's like, is this what it's like to be you?
Sure, I don't care.
He looks,
You're back. You're okay.
well, I mean, to an extent.
Boom.
Oh,
I thought I lost you again.
I think at this point, Brok, we should just expect it by now. But he does pat your back, and Nico's looking. Nico and Flint are like, "What was that thing? Did you see how big it was? It was huge, and it came out of the sky and was just talking to Brok like he knew him. I don't know what was that thing."
Flint's just like, Nico,
What?
should we just like go? Like, I don't think they actually need us.
Well. I mean, you're the only really one who knows where we're going. So
Things fall from the sky and help them. Why are we even involved?
I can bend time and space. I don't know. And I mean, you're the only one with the knowledge that you have. And Tyrell, he's not back yet. He's not back. So,
Flint will just put his arms down.
and I'm sure that if, you
Come
left.
on. I'm just pretend like none of this happened.
That's probably a good idea.
Yes, and I'll stand back up, still carrying Aymer.
Yeah, and Aymer's like limping, and it looks like he's lost like movement in some of his limbs for now. He just seems very stiff. So much for moving quick, right?
No, stop. I'll scoop him back up. Just take it easy. You're back now. Just rest. I got you.
And
You will always be safe in my arms.
And as you're traveling, it's a few minutes later that Aymer's like, Brok, I've lost it. I've lost my magic.
I know. And it's going to be okay. You were never special because of your magic.
I don't know if that's true, Brok. Now, I really have nothing to protect anyone with. But we will keep traveling, and then 2 days later... Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
Oh, not another one! No, please. I don't want to see another one. They're too big. I'm too scared. It's all right. I'm fine. Thank you. But, yeah.
Just pull up right next to him.
Oh. Tyrol!
That's a big horse.
You idiot. Where did you go? Where have you been?
Hang on.
Don't you hang on.
Hang on.
You left
Hang on.
again
Hang
without
on.
saying anything.
How do you all like the sound of being enemies of the state?
I mean, not very well, no.
Well, that's
What?
what we are.
What? Nico's like, what? Huh? Wait. And he just steps back.
Well, you have been.
I guess that's true. And I'm sure Flint's like, I probably was too.
You have been for a long time as well. This is more of a conversation for us three.
Right. And he just
Yes.
steps back next to Nico, and they're like, well,
What? Oh, crap.
what did you do?
I did nothing.
So then what happened?
Your father has decided to take them up on their offer to be Viscount.
Well, guess we kind of expected that, right?
He told Isolde that one of the first acts that he will be doing whenever he ascends to the Viscountship is to declare Aymer a high-ranking official of a drug cartel and an enemy of the state, along with any of those that harbor and travel with him.
Right.
I have spoken to the White Council, and they will do everything in their power to try to rein him in while we take care of the flowers. The other problem, we will not be going back to Sutaloon anytime soon, as it is filled with RTR and guards and a few hundred of the Circle of Odin's paladins and fighters.
So he's militarizing them again.
Artiarna is filled with the Circle of Odin as well.
Right.
Is Isolde okay?
She is fine. She's actually more than fine. She kind of took me to an underground secret room
What?
where she had an altar set up in the book that I gave her. And then actually used magic from the Maker to teleport me to the Allmothers.
She did what?
She did. That's not the important part right now.
Brock's like, well, really? Because I think it is.
The important part is when we take care of the flowers, We're going to have to fight our way back to Artiarna and do something about your father. Thankfully for you, I was talked out about doing something about it now.
I mean, it would be nice not to have to fight him, but it is probably best not to, just, you know.
So,
And I suppose sending a member of the Snapdragons to assist in, you know, the Viscount's safety, probably in hindsight, wasn't the best idea.
no, but he also wasn't supposed to be seen.
Which is why you don't send rookies to do your job.
Okay. All right.
I suppose one thing at a time, right?
Yes, we're
If-
so close to getting to the Underdark, hopefully. Right, Flint?
Yes.
If we can deal with these damned flowers, at least we will have one win.
And a long
major
series of
win.
losers. And you can tell that Aymer is no more magic.
Yes,
You
I'm just not saying anything.
Yes. But
You... Is that what you and Flint were discussing? Did you know?
Flint, did you know?
I knew. He also told me not to tell you all. And to be honest, have you not heard what he does?
Yeah, not to poke my head in, but disagreeing with Tyrell doesn't really seem like the best course of action when he's being serious about something. Just, you know, tidbit.
We said no more secrets, Tyrell.
No, but also if I said anything, you all would abandon this course.
You don't know that. If you would have told us, especially that you planned on leaving, we could have at least discussed it. Of course, you were always free to leave, even if we decided no.
Brok,
But you have to tell us these things, especially something of that magnitude.
Hey, Brok, roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
21.
Good for you. But you do, because you've, again, had this continuous underlying dread the whole time, and with the compounding issues, you start to feel like this rising heat, like your stress is just boiling over, and it's starting to come out in anger. And it feels familiar, but you're not conscious enough to understand why, but it's not blowing up, at least.
Yes.
But you definitely feel warmer, like the stress is building.
I'm glad that you checked in on Sold and the White Council, but you just speak with us.
Brok,
Talk things over, please.
Brok, I feel like we're arguing amongst ourselves isn't going to do much. He's a buffoon sometimes, but we have bigger issues than Tyrell just not telling us things. He dealt with it, and we don't really have the time to argue about it. I understand your irritation with his misgivings, but right now, I need to focus on something else.
you can lay it on me as much as you want after we destroy the flowers.
I don't want to lay it on you, Tyrell. I love you, you big idiot. You just don't get it. You left us alone, and he's coming for me.
Yes, but you also have a time and space wizard to get you away.
And that's really all he has. Some of us are not as magically inclined anymore. So.
No, but... And he'll reach into his pocket and pull out the same book that Tyrell has that he gave to his soul, and he will hand it to you.
So it's a literature club now? Am I inducted?
That's where Isolde got her spell to teleport me. You were wondering what to do about your own faith. Now there's nothing holding you back.
I suppose that's one way to look at it.
It is one way to look at it. The other way is sad.
And Brok, you roll me another Constitution saving throw.
Don't make me yeet you. I'm going to yeet you.
You are.
What was it?
A 3.
Yeah, you it's like your vision starts to go dark in the corners, like, and you hear, and it's just this building up of like, I know I love this guy, but man, there's a lot going on, and you're just getting angry about it because he left you, and Aymer was, unconscious, and you didn't know what to do, and, you had to figure it out yourself, and you were supposed to be a team, and you hear just in the back, way in the back, enough that because of how angry you are, you can't really tell who it is, but it just makes sense. It almost feels like it's your voice. They do betray you often, don't they? Funny about that. But
And upon hearing it, Brok stomps away from the group.
you must be taking this a little bit harder than we expected. And Nico's like, I don't know about that. He just looks closer. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Nico, is there something you can do about it? Because this is the time that you can do something about it.
I mean, I don't really think so. That's, and he just kind of wipes his hands on his robes. That's not really my thing. And you start to feel more of a presence as you're walking away, and it's just lingering on you. And the voice gets a little bit more obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you are walking away from them, I see. Are you going to listen to me again? I have your best interest at heart, Brok. And it's like the rest of the world starts to slow down and you stop hearing the sounds, you stop hearing them talking, and as you're like shaking your head, you feel the presence come around you, and because you're like, maybe I'm just feeling things, I'm not actually seeing anything, but you open your eyes and in full light of day, in full glory, you see him.
Oh!
Can the rest of us see him?
Mm-mm. And he's standing there before you, and he's like, Brok, there's no need to be scared of me. I can tell you're scared.
Of course. I'm scared. I'm angry.
I know you're angry, son. But use that anger. That's what fuels you. That's what makes you unique.
No.
And he's long, red, curly hair, gorgeous man, very pale, like pale as moonlight pale. dark red eyes. I would say I think I've said his height because I said I told you his height. I'm pretty sure I said he was like 7 foot.
Me and him are the same height now.
Yeah. And very beautiful military uniform with like the golden shoulders and everything. There's like some pieces to it that look beyond your comprehension, but you can tell there's also plaques on him, and some of the places where you would think there would be plaques just from military uniforms you've seen, it's those weird components that you can't make sense of. There's that weird thing on his arm. There's like a sword on his hip. But yeah, he looks militant, like a military leader, but regal. And he has this long cape, this long flowing cape that's like the same kind of navy color with a red inlay on the back. I told you that I will take care of you, and you still run from me.
Of course I would.
Why? And he's not being overly threatening like he has been before. Obviously, there's that underlying fear and dread
Yes.
that is obvious right now, but
I can't trust you. I don't know what you are or what you did to me. I also can't fault you, and that's the maddening part. Is I want to hate you, but the gifts that you gave me, they did help.
and you think that your friend and this maker that you follow changed you for the better, but look at what they've done to you. They've made you weaker.
No.
I've not done anything to harm you.
You're so wrong.
Am I?
They did not make me weaker. I was already weak. I was. But now, I am so much more. I am focused like Cyrus. I am strong like Tyrell. And I am brave like Aymer.
That's amusing, and I do appreciate your current attributes. But I could make you strong again. And I could take you with me.
I don't want you to make me strong. They have done that themselves. They have made me strong. And I don't want to go with you anywhere. The Maker gave me a choice. I didn't come back for you. I came back for him. And I would do it again and again because he's the best thing that has ever happened to me.
Well, when your world comes crashing down around you, we shall see how you feel about him. And when you find me and call out to me, I will not forsake you. So, remember that. And I will see you again. And he looks past you at Nico, who is the only one that's not moving, or the only one that's not frozen, the only one that's moving. And you can tell that he's blinking, and he's wide-eyed. He's like, "Goodbye, Brok." And he just disappears in a flurry of petals. And Nico, from what we can see, because we are frozen to them, not to ourselves. And so what seems like 30 minutes of talking to you is seconds for us that he's over there. And Nico's like, oh, okay. Right. Oh my. Okay. Yeah. Because he's stock stiff the entire time Brok is over there and seems to be still and in his mind or whatever. And then he just blinks and blinks away and is traumatized. So, the thing with Brok. Yeah, that's Wow.
Don't know why I'm surprised that you could see everything.
Yeah, that's... Wow.
I guess there's some advantages to being outside of time.
But Aymer goes over to you, but tentatively. Brok, you all right?
No. Aymer. I saw him in full display.
Yeah, it seemed like it. From what Nico was saying, even he was terrified. He didn't give us much information, but he said that he could see it.
And he saw Nico.
And he just looks back at Nico, and Nico's looking at Aymer and just looks away.
And
That's probably not the best thing, but...
And he's not giving up on me. He asked me to come with him.
Did he say where?
No, but I don't care.
Well,
Care where he wants me to go. I don't want to go.
No, and I would be sorely upset if you did. I'm sorry, Brok.
No, don't be. 'Cause I am.
Sorry
I've
for what?
asked both Nico and Tyrol that if he takes me, however form it is, if he comes for me, they are to kill me, Aymer.
Let me just, for my own records. Okay. That would be about right, wouldn't it?
Because I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. I already hurt you once.
Apparently, we have a very bad understanding. Because for all three of us, if something happens to one of us, no matter what, it's going to affect the other. If Tyrell kills you, it's going to affect us. If he takes you, this vampire lord, that's still going to affect us.
I know.
So, the thing is, no one is killing anyone any more. Because we will suffer no matter what in the end. And I will not stand around anymore and willingly watch people die. It's not happening. So you can say that, but it's not happening, Brok. It's just not. We will fight him, and if we all die, then we all die, and then we don't even have to worry about it. But no one's killing you. Unless he kills you and kills all three of us, then we're all dying at the same time. Because I cannot live without you, Tyrell. So, we will I'm sure he's terrifying from what you've said and what Nico reacted. I would just die under his boot then. Because we're not going to just kill you. And if they tried, I'd fight them too. Because what's the point? You know, at this point? So, you don't have to apologize for anything. Because we're just going to have to fight for each other from now on. I'm not going to kill myself. No one's going to kill me. You're not going to kill yourself. No one's going to kill you. And Tyrell is indestructible. So, that's where we are. It's not overly inspiring, I understand. But it's where we're at.
No, it may not be inspirational, but it's oddly comforting. And it was exactly what I needed to hear. Because I can't go on without you. And I know it's the same for you. So if we all must die, at least we'll go down fighting.
Together. They'll just have to build a massive grave for all three of us. Because Lord knows, Tyrell is too big to fit a casket my size.
Oh. No, would Tyrell even get a casket?
No, I'm sure his graceful body would just ascend right back into the heavens.
Show off.
Yeah. So.
Just. Thank you, Aymer, for everything.
Yeah.
There's no words in all the tongues of men and elves and of how much you mean to me. But just give me a moment. I'll rejoin shortly.
Of course. And he just pats his hand like right on your shoulder and steps away. And he walks back. So no one's killing anyone.
I
So we're
overheard all
aware.
of that. If they're going to take him, I'll grab you, go up there, and we'll go out in a blaze of light. Is that more satisfactory?
That sounds wonderful to me. Yes.
Although
And
I
if
will
my
have to
father
say
tries
in
to
that
kill me,
way-
you do the same thing. We just, whatever happens, end it all together.
Is this where I point out to you that if we all go out that way, it would only be you two,
Technically, yes.
but I could still come visit?
Right. Same difference. It's the solidarity that matters.
Yes. So how long do I give him before I go up there?
A few minutes. I mean, we've got to get going. We have to do this, and we have to do it now. So,
Yes, but also, this is a tough time for him.
and Nico's like, yeah. He wasn't even talking directly to me, and yeah.
Flint, take Aymer and Nico and continue on. We will catch up.
So, Flint keeps going, and Nico and Aymer follow. Nico lingers for a second, just looking at Brok, but then keeps going.
And Tyrell will wait about 10 minutes and then walk up to stand beside you.
Are we sorry? Are we going? Let's
We will
continue.
We will in a minute, Brok. And he'll hold out his hand. But first, I will need your holy text.
Holy text. All right.
Whenever you put it in my hand, it goes into the same thing that he gave Aymer a few minutes ago.
Mm.
And then on top of it will come out the same gold rosary that he gave Aymer a few days ago. And then he will hand it back to you.
That's pretty. Thank you.
All those questions that make you doubt and make you leery of everything, that new book will answer. I'm sorry it took so long. But your displays just now shows that you're ready for the entire truth.
Oh. Okay.
Also, if you meditate and pray on that enough, you may pick up some spells.
That would be nice. Thank you, Tyrell, and I'm sorry for this outburst.
It's fine, Brok. Trust me, it's fine.
It's not fine, Tyrell. It's not.
No, things definitely are not fine, but that issue can be put to rest for now.
Yes.
But the faster we take out of these flowers, which I believe is his little pet game on this plane.
Yes, he
It may
definitely is
affect
tied
him.
to them.
So the others are going, and we should catch up.
Yes, we need to hurry.
Through the, I don't know, are we in snow yet?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the ground itself doesn't have snow on it, but it does start to. It's still that really weird sleeting, slushy rain, though. Like the nasty, it's not actually turning into flakes because it's cold, but it's raining. But as you all get closer to the rest of the group, we will, unless there's anything anybody wants to do in particular.
I do want to go up to Nico.
Okay.
Nico,
Yeah, Brok.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
About what? I mean, really, about what?
That you had to see him. That he saw you.
Well, Brok, that's kind of inevitable for me, you know? I see tons of things I don't want to see, and a lot of things that I don't want to see me. So, he's not the only one. He's not the first. And I'm pretty sure he won't be the last. So, I'm just sorry that he sees you. Things like that, from wherever he's from. And it looks like he's focusing on something and thinking. Shouldn't see you. Shouldn't bother you. But I don't really know why.
No,
So,
I've asked. And he's quite vague in his answer.
beyond our comprehension, I think, is the only way to put that.
But
So.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you this. But a new favor. If something does happen, you get away from him. You protect yourself first. Because I don't want him coming after you.
You know? No.
Good answer.
And I don't think I have to ask Tyrell about that one. I'm just saying no.
And he pats Nico on the back, kind of rubs it a little bit. You're a good man, Nico. I'm really glad that we get to travel together.
I've learned a lot in the time that, we've been able to spend together, and while it's been excruciating for my body, I've not ever been able to really, make connections. So, other than, of course, Arminius. So, this has been really nice. You guys mean a lot to me. So, I guess like Aymer said, if you're going out, we're all going out, huh? I'm sure Flint does not share the same idea.
I was literally about to speak for him. I choose life.
You're more than willing.
Because I'm not going down that hole.
Well, I guess that's fair. If you know where you're going, you kinda don't want to go there, right?
No. I said I would get you there. I didn't say I was going there.
That's fair.
Which we are approaching where it may or may not be.
Well, guess it's just the four of us then.
As long as we get there and we find the blasted flower, let's put an end to this.
Let's do it.
Yeah, if Flint goes down that hole, he's not coming back out. He's not high enough level for this party.
Nope. He gonna die.
He would die.
But
Very fast.
yeah, I would say the rest of the travel is just trying to get there. And it is rough. You all are in horrible terrain. You're exhausted by the time, well, you're not, Mr. Perfect. Exhausted by the time you get there. Most of you all are covered in mud and scrapes and stuff from rocks and hills and all of the fun stuff, except for you, Mr. Perfect. And it takes Flint like an extra day while he says this is the area. So we long rest, try to recuperate in the best we can in this snowy rain mix, because it does have some snow on the ground now. Not a huge thick layer, but enough that it mixes with the mud and stuff like that. You know how like when snow is melted a little bit. And so we try to get the best amount of rest we can in this area, because he said, this is the area, now I just have to find it. And so I'm sure you help him. And it's probably another day after getting to the area that you and Flint find this outcropping of flowers near this. Looks really obscured, but it is like a small hill with a hole in it that is obscured by rocks and stuff. But the outcropping of flowers is very obvious. And he, calls you down, you call everyone else over, and that is the beginning into the Underdark. And that is where we will end it.
Nice.
He does say, this is where I leave you. I am not going down there.
Yep.
I don't blame you.
And he exits the party. And that is where we're ending it for this session.
Bye, Flint.
Bye, Flint!
Bye, Flint.
Thanks for nothing. Or everything, really. He did traverse you all there, and you all would have
did.
been traveling blind this entire time. So.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Or had to go to Windsor and dealt with that.
Ooh.
Although I did run across Drokar with no issues.
Yep. That's because your horse was so fast.
No, they were like, he's coming and he's gone.
Yeah. How did you travel through?
I said I don't care if I have to go through
But
Drokar.
you didn't go. You didn't really go because.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I
yeah,
portaled.
you didn't go.
I portaled. That's right. We scratched that plan.
Yep. Because I was like, there's no way, buddy. You're going to get there in a month.
Yeah.
Even with your horse. And so, yeah.
Yeah, so instead we find out if I started an entire religious war.
Yep. guess we'll see what happens there.
Those dragons are like, and crap.
And that one's just like, I like him.
She's the one going, war.
Cool. I get to turn into my actual form. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're going to come back out and be like, oh, what happened?
It's going to be 5 ancient dragons flying in the sky, burning things down, and you all are going to go, oh.
Rainbows from everywhere.
We see the one ancient dragon that has a I Heart Tyrol tattooed on. It's like, oh, that's her.
Yeah, yep. Pulls her scales back, and there's an I Heart Tyrol tattoo on her chest. But, yeah. So that is where we will end it. And then we have session 27.
Next
session.
Saturday.
This Saturday.
This Saturday.
I mean, not today, but
Yeah,
this
see,
coming
next
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
In 7 days, we will be back again.
Yep. With
Yeah, we
another
will.
session.
Yes.
Gosh.
Yes, we will.
Which we'll see how much I plan, considering I don't usually do back-to-backs. It's gonna
It's
be
going to
crazy.
be awesome.
We better go home and do it now since it's fresh in your mind.
I'm literally going to have to.
Well, we're going to the Underdark, so you can start there.
It is. Thank you. Yeah. It is honestly pretty straightforward what I have the rest of it. I mean, it's daunting, and good luck to you all.
Oh,
but
yeah. Oh,
it's pretty straightforward now. Honestly, there is only
we have
one
a
course
time
of
wizard.
action.
We'll just roll it back and restart.
Yep. There is only one course of action for you all now. And that's getting to where you need to get to.
Mm-hmm.
You have one path. It's not like you can go much elsewhere.
Or, just fall off a bridge into the pits of hell.
Yes.
Oh, that
Yes.
sounds fun.
But there's only one
Is it
one
like
course.
Snake Way?
Or,
Rainbow Road.
get to a bridge and be like, oh, yeah, that goes straight to hell. And there she comes.
Yep. Guess we'll see how that goes for you
Yes.
guys. So I said it'll be daunting.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome.
But you have a time space wizard with you now, which I do want to point out. I was not prepared for him to follow you all through this whole journey. I was fully expecting you all to just be like, "Yeah, we'll worry about that later," or
I'm sorry.
we'll go to him. No, I love that Nico's a part of the party. It's great. It adds a whole nother
Me
fresh
too.
dynamic, which I like.
It's almost like in my DM mind, I was like, if he comes here, he can be very much help. Because if we die, he'll just rewind time and we'll deal with it later.
It's really funny. But yeah, I was not expecting him to be a part of the party. I'm glad because I love him.
Yeah, him and
But-
Brok have hit it off really well.
Yeah, it's really good.
Because, Courtney and I talked about it, how we didn't really realize until it was happening of how similar their lives have been.
They really understand one another. Yep.
All right, but what's the schedule looking like this week?
What's the schedule looking like, Jonas? Do you know?
I do.
Good.
We got a beepy boopy bop this Monday.
I'm excited.
What I thought. I could not remember whenever I ended my stream. I was like, I think it's beep boop bop. I don't know. It's late.
Well, now that we don't have High Table to back it up, it's kind of difficult to remember when we did it and when we didn't. Now we just do it either every Monday, every other Monday, whatever Monday we want.
Yep, we'll still stick with the every other Monday, because we might be able to put something else into that Monday. Another duet with Patrick and I potentially,
I was thinking about trying to make Mondays mini.
or
The
making it the
alternating-
mini.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, or that too, yeah.
Because I've got a whole box to get through.
That's true.
And then because we also have other ideas too. Since we are switching over to YouTube, eventually Twitch will become our gaming stream. So on those Mondays, you might find
Once everything's transferred over.
he's painting, Courtney or I might be streaming a game, having fun, hooting, hollering.
Because I could always stream on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we'd have to wait till everything's transferred over D&D wise, but
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
But then we also have another Project Arc this Thursday?
Project Arc every Thursday.
Every Thursday.
Yep.
Okay.
Until we get
Project
through
Arc
all the
every
trials.
Thursday.
Okay.
And yeah, this Wednesday, another back-to-back
Star
of
Wars?
Star Wars,
Woohoo, I'm getting spoiled.
because this past Wednesday shouldn't have been one.
Yeah.
But we made it one to help offset being missing the one. And so, yeah, we got another Star Wars episode on Wednesday.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Project Arc on Thursday.
Do you need anybody for that again, or do you just need Jonas? Because I don't mind doing it again.
We should be able to
but-
do with just Jonas.
Okay.
Yep, because this one's going to be a little more lax, just going over vehicles, seeing if they work, and seeing if we even want them in the campaign as something playable.
Okay. Cool.
And this July 13th, Louisville Anime Fest. Be there
Which-
because we will.
That's the day. That's the Sunday after our epilogue.
After the grand finale of it
Which
all.
is crazy.
And
So
so,
that'll
yeah,
be
come see
nice.
us, ask us questions, and we'll have merch again.
Yep.
A lot more this
Yes.
time.
I just got my ink in, so I'm going to start printing.
Nice.
So hopefully I'll have enough ink to print off each boy at least 5 times,
Nice.
and then do more of the group.
Nice.
And I believe that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you for tuning in.
Yes.
Share, like, subscribe.
Check out all the new shorts that drop. Since
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
work right
So
now,
good.
I'm dropping more shorts regularly.
They're so good.
Mm-hmm.
And also remember, we're on Facebook, Instagram, X. We have our Discord, which we would love for
Yeah.
you all to be a part of. We have all of our merch up on Redbubble. If you would like some more behind the scenes stuff, character creation guides, if you would like to purchase Project Arc at the end of its entirety, that will also be on the Patreon.
We also have character sheets on the Patreon.
Yes, there's a whole bunch of stuff. These two,
Yeah.
they're doing a lot.
Slowly but
that.
surely, we're adding more and more.
Yeah, I'm working right now. After I made some shorts, I'm actually working on editing all of Star Wars first, since we're still on those, and then I'm getting to High Table.
Nice.
Mostly because there were parts of High Table that I missed, and I'm very sad about it, and I need to get over it first before I can edit all those. Anyway,
And also, if you want to listen to any of the backlog for the main campaign, you can find the VODs on YouTube, or you can listen to them in podcast form on Spotify,
What?
yeah, Apple Podcasts,
No.
and Amazon Podcasts. Yes,
Dude.
it's awesome. It's amazing.
That's
we have,
awesome.
as I've checked, and it's not great, but we have 137 listeners.
Hey.
20 followers, but 137 listens.
Listeners. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take anything.
Uh-huh.
I'll take it because that makes me happy.
Yeah.
And
But yeah.
remember, freedom.
Freedom
Always
always
crits.
crits.
This has been the Wayward Inquisition presenting a Treachery,
A governor's secret.
And we'll see you next time.
Bye.